Hello, hello. Welcome, guys. MTNDAO Demo Day. Absolutely incredible day today. My name is Edgar.
I'm Barrett.
We're the founders of MTNDAO. Incredibly excited to have you here, on a beautiful summer day here in Salt Lake City, Utah. We have 25 phenomenal teams that have been building with us all month, that have come from all around the world, and that are super excited to share what they've been building with you guys. Barrett, initial thoughts on Demo Day as you've been here all summer?
I think that it's not that different from last Demo Day. There's a lot of really exciting teams, some familiar faces. Definitely excited to see how some of these teams have progressed since the last time we hosted this, and also good to see a lot of new faces, right? I mean, we're coming out of a bear market. Tokens are finally going up. And in the meantime, we have new attendees, which is always a beautiful thing to see in the Solana ecosystem, right?
Absolutely. Speaking of new attendees, this Demo Day has a bit of a different structure. We are running 25 teams, similar to February's MTNDAO. We're going to have 3 groups of teams presenting today. And for the first time, meaningfully, we are both presenting crypto native teams that have really kind of been building deep from within the Solana ecosystem, as well as teams that are building in frontier industries. We're going to hear from some really exciting folks in AI, in hard tech, and the like today. Speaking of the 3 sections, the first one today is going to be infra, agents, and frontier. We're going to look at core protocol. We're going to look at AI, and we're going to look at some of the interesting machine products that are coming up on the market. The second section today, we're calling DeFi and capital markets. This is where we are going to dive deep into Solana's finance roots and look at the financial market evolution that is, really kind of been built out this year. And finally, the third section, trading and social. This is where Demo Day is going to go consumer, and I think some really exciting apps on the radar for us.
I'm very excited. I can't wait to hear from our first up, Nick at Ignite, doing the fastest way to turn a student into a developer, specifically on Solana.
Hello, everyone. My name is... Oh.
All right, let's clap it up. All right, Nick, over to you.
My name is Nick, presenting Ignite today. As a lot of you guys know, last year I ran the Solana's university program, and while I was going campus to campus, I just kept facing the same issue with the students that I was talking to, both at the hackathons and crypto clubs, is that it's really hard to ship your first app on Solana. And a lot of these students, they're smart, they have their Claude, they have their Codex, and they, try to use these apps and develop whatever they want, but they keep facing just random issues right before deployment, or they need to get like RPCs, and they have to go to the RPC providers to get the accounts, and it's just a bunch of friction that is a pain in the ass for them, and this causes balancing from the students. So we built Ignite, which is an agent orchestration software, to solve that issue. Students can just download it, they type a prompt of what they want to build, and they just build it same day. No friction, no issues, everything is implemented, all of the possible tools that they would need is in one place. So the way it works is whenever the student types in a prompt, it goes to the manager agent, who creates a bunch of sub-agents that are hyper-trained and hyper-focused on very specific Solana skills. And these agents already have all of the data, all of the tools that they need, as well as some additional things. Like, for example, we have a auditing agent that would go through your code and is hyper-trained on Solana code to look for issues and vulnerabilities that they might have in their code without needing to pay for it. There's also a tutor agent that would lead the student through the process of developing the app. So they don't just learn to type prompts, they actually learn how to work and develop, and they understand what exactly they are building. So I will run a quick demo of how it works. Essentially, you have the UI, you have the manager agent, and you have a bunch of crew agents. You talk to the manager agent, it updates you on everything what the crew is doing. The crew has specific skills that they are focused on. There's also a knowledge base that you can use. You can share your sessions So you can access them from different, basically, like you can access it from your phone even if you run your agent software on your computer. There's also a knowledge base brain. There will also be implemented courses which you can access and just kind of have everything you would need in one place. So you might think, like, bro, just use Claude. What the fuck are you selling us? And the issue is that there is not really a business model. We kind of built this to face an issue that we saw, and the issue is just the friction. And even though it's very small amount of friction that, you know, they might spend a couple days and figure out how to get the accounts, pay for the RPCs, get all of the, set up the keys, but even that little bit of friction costs us probably hundreds of developers that could be in the ecosystem and developing and deploying apps. But they're not because, you know, they're at a hackathon, they have multiple tracks. They'll choose the one that's easiest to do and will not go through the whole process of trying to set up something for a Solana-specific track at a hackathon, for example. And our plan is to try to run this at Emory and Northeastern universities as a test run. See how the students respond to it. We'll try to run weekend cohorts and just kind of like get students to develop. We'll take their advice, their opinions, kind of rebuild the app, and then try to scale it to more campuses. And yeah, that is pretty much it. For this to work, again, this is a free app for the students. They will never pay for anything. So this has to be adopted by the ecosystem and distributed to all of the blockchain clubs. So if you're an ecosystem team and you're interested in supporting this, let me know. You know, you are basically creating future devs, so future customers for whatever you are building or whatever infra you're selling. Thank you.
All right. Well, Edgar, I think you and I are pretty familiar with agent orchestration.
A bit, yes.
And I do want to say, you know, it's been cool to see Nick continue to work on building something for always like exposing new people to Solana, right? Like Nick was one of the first people that I met at MTNDAO. I think he came when he was in high school still, and has been just an absolute pipeline of young.
You know, incredible situation, guys.
Yeah.
MTNDAO has gotten so hot that the demo day has unfortunately created an emergency in the building. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be pausing the live stream momentarily. There is unfortunately building infrastructure challenges in the building here. It looks like everyone and everything is okay, but just to follow protocol, we'll be strict with our process. We're going to take 5 minutes. We'll be back as soon as we can. Stay tuned.
And we are back. Nothing like a little danger in the mountains, right? To keep everybody on their toes. So we're gonna go back to Ignite real quick. I think that agent orchestration, obviously a big thing. Everybody's using, AI and agents to build everything nowadays, whether it's consumer, whether it's AI itself, any sort of app. So definitely excited to see a new tool come out for developers, specifically in the Solana ecosystem, and that is aimed at helping bring new people into the ecosystem. I think that, through the booms and busts and cycles of, the markets, it's always like the number one thing is keeping people excited and always trying to bring new talent into the ecosystem. And as there's a war against talent with a bunch of exciting industries now, I think that stuff like this is more important than ever. Do you want to add any thoughts there?
Talent's hard, right? Pulling people in is hard. When it's good, in the good times, it's hard, right? And I think Nick has been doing it for years. He's built up infrastructure, distribution networks at the college level, which have been incredibly impressive. And I'm just excited to see him, still here, still building, and continuing to ship new things. All right, moving on. We've got Abdallah, who is working on a pretty exciting trust infrastructure project here. We'll kick it off. Let's hear it for D10.
Hey, hello everyone. My name is Abdallah, co-founder and CEO of Detent Labs, and today I would like to think about what we're building as a tree. Detent Labs is the tree, and SafeClick is the root system beneath it. And for a tree to grow, it needs water and light. And for us, the water is the transaction moving through the ecosystem, and the light is you guys, builders, protocols, wallets, and partners that actually can give this thing technology to go and grow up. And before I show you what we're building and where this tree is going, I want to go and see how we build this root first. Okay, so one signature can actually empty a wallet. Think about this from a drainer's perspective. So a hacker would be just focusing on one target, victimizing everyone with a large amount of money in a wallet exposed to the net. And then basically it's just going to be a phishing campaign that's going to be focusing on you, targeting you specifically. And then when it reaches your surface and you click on that link, what happened next? A drain attack happened. So what we do at SafeClick, we decide before money moves, actually. So when you sign a transaction, which appears to be a drainer attack, we're going to have your signed transaction, the wallet context, and the platform policy, and the threat intelligence gonna be fed into SafeClick. And then you're going to have three out sources. Either we allow the transaction to move forward and broadcast it to the blockchain, or we block it if it's a drainer attack. If we are uncertain, we're just going to hold that thing, and then we're going to ask for a human in the loop to be there. So how actually this is going to look like step by step. So when you click on that link, you actually give full access to the hacker to just drain the whole wallet. What SafeClick does, if it's integrated, basically gonna detect, hold the transaction for you, and then like we said on the previous slide, we're gonna do and take all these evidence, feed them into SafeClick, and then like you have three outcomes. Either block it, hold it, and allow it. So for demonstration purposes, let's see how this works. This guy had $430 in sold, and he just had a drainer attack happen to him. Instantly, it goes to zero. What happened here, that there is no protection, and then the smart contract was just malicious, and he didn't know nothing about that. So what we do with SafeClick, if you have SafeClick integrated, the same thing, and another attack, proving it, this is when you give the access. SafeClick will stop this immediately. It's gonna be blocked instantly, nothing going to be moved. Your money is saved on the wallet, basically. So this is what we have been bootstrapped so far for the past 3 months. Next, we want to jump into something called AI agent wallets. The reason is AI agents now can spend real money using a stable coin, leveraging something called X402 protocol. So what happened here, when you have a big corporation running multiple agents and doing multiple things for you, and for instance, coding, marketing, etc., you're going to consistently have your agent knocking on the door of an API asking for a request. how it looks like. So this is an X402 protocol steps. From number 1, your agent is actually asking for the request. Number 2, what's going to happen is the API asking, this is your request, this is how much you need to pay, and then basically your agent is going to verify and pay. What we do here, we stop this transaction from going through, and we check on it. Is the other API side is actually something safe? Or we should stop this before it actually become a disaster. So basically, agents acts, SafeClick decides. Please scan the QR code, find us, emails at the bottom. Thank you very much.
You know, one of the things I love about Demo Day, we spend all month with these guys, right? They're building here 7 days a week. And come Demo Day, I'm still learning more about, you know, the projects that are under the Mountain Hood, right? And the underlying kind of workings here. SafeClick, what do you think, Barrett? You know, you've built critical financial infrastructure on chain. You've seen what it takes. What's your view on, you know, kind of the approach they're taking?
I mean, I think that I'm a fan, right? I think that you're going to have a lot of people, you know, especially with the new rise of consumer apps in crypto, there will be more and more people that are, you know, journeying into unfamiliar territory of, you know, the chain and what that really means, instantaneous settlement, right? And there are not a whole lot of safeguards. You send money to the wrong address, it's gone, right? You click on a phishing link, it's gone, right? So I am pretty excited about, you know, tools like this, right, that can really help protect consumers. I think that if we are looking to have something that is truly at mass scale, then you need tools like this to protect, you know, users. Also, again, in the day of agentic, you know, commerce and, you know, agents being able to buy, you know, instant access for, you know, data on APIs, right? I think there's a ton of, you know, potential attacks nowadays for these agents, especially as people are developing cards or other like payment protocols for them, right? And so, again, tooling to help, you know, protect people's funds is always important in a world in where you have instantaneous settlement.
Absolutely, especially with more and more happening under the hood, right? We've got apps that are hiding crypto infrastructure. We've got agents that are automating the interaction with crypto infrastructure. All of that is supposed to be happening, but you need the safeguards in place for it to work.
Agreed. And now on to our next presenter. This is Fabian from Accord.
Thank you. I'm Fabian, and I want to start this presentation with something straightforward, something undisputed, something that's broadly accepted on an international scale, something very simple, like a suit. We've all seen this. It breaks down to something that I don't want to go into. There's an argument there. But we see quite clearly what the problem and the limits of blockchain technology are. We have prices on there, but we cannot really settle an argument. It points to an underlying fundamental problem of blockchain technology being unconnected with the real world. So how do we solve that? In literature, this is called coordination problems. Interestingly, blockchain technology has already solved 2 of them. Proof of work handles the consensus across different participants. Decision markets deal with uncertainty. And the missing piece is adjudication to handle ambiguity. So what does the court do? On a higher level, we have a bunch of jurors, and we select them at random. Every one of them commits to an encrypted verdict that is going to be revealed only later. That means we are not going to have free riders or peaking. The majority essentially rules. The incentives that do the real work here is that the ones that vote in coherence with the final verdict are rewarded, and the ones that do not, that vote incoherently, are slashed. Underneath all of that, there's a lot of cryptography, math, and game theory. But that's the whole thing. That's all that there is to a court. The outcome is a well-designed, carefully implemented, and isolated piece of protocol that runs on Solana. The verdict is the only outcome, and enforcement takes place somewhere else. Now, let's build something exciting on top of that, something that's straightforward, something that's undisputably valuable, broadly used on the planet, something like mutual risk pools, the oldest form of pooled protection on this planet. It's like insurance, but the members decide about the payouts. And guess what? We just solved the most critical part, the claims adjudication. So where does this all sit? On-chain mutuals today are about 100 million in annual premium payments. This is limited because a lot of these businesses focus on on-chain activities like hacks, exploits, draining. Bring the real world in, and we have a 1 trillion business. Allow risk capital and yield to take place, and we meet again at 6 trillion. So interestingly, we have this great technology at our hand. It's programmable, it's composable, it is globally accessible, it's great for pooling capital, transparent in all the accounting. But we use it for meme coins. So, who's building this? Me and my AI agent are building this together. We are trying to solve some real problems here. Thank you.
All right. Well, I think, resolving disputes is a huge part of, crypto, right? I think prediction markets, decision markets are becoming more and more popular, right? How do you see, this like kind of playing in with where, crypto has kind of at large shifted towards with the, these markets that are settled by real world events or by personal judgment by individuals? Yeah.
I mean, I'm incredibly excited that crypto is moving into the mainstream. I think we are in, the age of crypto infrastructure moving into mainstream use cases, mainstream industries. It is finally becoming the infrastructure that we've been talking about for a decade, right? We were just having this conversation over lunch here at MTNDAO. And I love that Fabian's view on dispute resolution has always been real world first, is the way that I think about it. I remember, he's been here all month. He was one of the earliest people to come to MTNDAO this month. And a few minutes into the conversation with him, we moved from talking about crypto native, kind of problems to real world problems. And like he mentioned, I mean, the dispute market globally is enormous. I think $1 trillion is way undercounting it, right? Just given, how broad of an issue this is, right? So I love the fact that, we've prototyped this type of technology on chain for crypto use cases. I'm excited for the future on-chain implementations to go broader than crypto here.
Absolutely. I couldn't agree more. And with that, this is Corey from Agentic Capital presenting something new this year, Corey?
Yeah, it's new. Or it's a new spin on it.
All right. Let's hear from Corey at Living IP.
So I'm Corey, the founder of Living IP, and today I'll be presenting Agentic Capital, which you can think of as AI VCs managed by markets. So first, let's talk about investing. The work of investing is becoming AI work. Sourcing, diligence, memo writing, monitoring, and reporting are all increasingly done by AI. It's really just the investment decision that is still fully analog. AIs are already running deals, but they shouldn't be allowed to control capital. Having an LLM is a very large attack surface if you allow that LLM and that agent to control the keys. And then also, LLMs are not good at understanding when the map on their information boundary is out of date. They're overconfident in what they know. We think that AI and blockchains are a horse and buggy moment for private finance. Most private finance companies like venture capitalists are trying to staple gun on AI point solutions to the outside of a 50-year-old vehicle. We're saying that this is a horse and buggy moment, and we want to build the internal combustion engine of what private finance will look like in 5 to 10 years. In our model, the investment committee becomes a market. So the AIs do sourcing, diligence, synthesis, monitoring, and propose investments, and then the actual investment decision is controlled by the investors through decision markets. What this basically looks like is that each and every time one of our funds wants to invest in a company, it creates two conditional states, one in which the fund invests and one in which it doesn't, and allows traders to buy and sell either side, and then at the end of a 3-day period, whichever side is more bullish for the fund automatically executes. This does a couple of things that flips the traditional weaknesses of private finance on their head. So venture capital charges 1% to 2% annual management fees and 20% carry. Your capital is locked up for 7 to 10 years, and the managers control every deal, and they have the principal agent problem. Through agentic capital, we can offer a no fee, no carry structure because we take a cut of the management fees. Your funds are liquid day one, and investors get to control and price each and every investment through these conditional markets. We take a cut of the trading fees and route the majority of trading fees back into the fund so that there's a yield on the cash balance of these funds over time. And then we use something I call collective AI to turn a community into one investment intelligence. So our AIs take input evidence. They take challenges on Twitter on their investment thesis. They consider their contributors' expertise. They synthesize all that into public statements on X, investment theses, and ultimately decision market proposals to invest. This basically means that our AIs ICO and raise capital through MTNDAO or another ICM company. This creates a fund controlled by decision markets. And then as the AI proposes investments, it learns from market feedback and keeps people in the loop. And then the more capital these agents raise, the more market feedback they get. They synthesize that into better intelligence and get better at proposing good investments and have a better understanding of their industry. We focus each of our AIs on a particular industry, and we can spin up first 6, then a dozen, then hundreds of these agents focused on very specific niches to basically enable any crypto investor to invest in America's best private companies. Let's show you how this works. So this is my internet finance agent, Rio. I'm dropping in an article about AI super forecasters and asking him how it relates to the rest of his knowledge base. So here he's basically analyzed the article, then compared it to his existing knowledge base on internet finance and related to a bunch of claims within the knowledge base. Then I've asked him to start trying to generate good tweets based on this. And he's extracted a bunch of new claims for our knowledge base. So we've learned this. Our decentralized knowledge graph has accredited me as the user with contributing this information and building those nodes within the graph. He's come up with a bunch of tweets that we could send based on this. And in a second, he's going to send it. So this basically allows us to turn, a whole bunch of people's, first hundreds, then thousands of users, contributions and views on investing in a particular space, synthesize it into an AI, post it, and learn from people's feedback in public. Thank you very much.
So decision markets and decision market infrastructure has changed the way I think all of us think about crypto and kind of the opportunities that exist on this infrastructure. Agents obviously bring another layer, and I think now the multiplayer AI conversation is really starting to emerge in industry. What's your take here, Barrett? Agentic capital, collective investing, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, for those who don't know, Edgar and I launched Mountain Capital, which was a decision market driven fund. I think that one of the big problems that we had was we anticipated that the people that contributed capital to the fund would also be the ones doing a lot of the diligence and a lot of the research. I am a big fan of automating that and allowing an agent to kind of come out and do a bunch of that initial research and bring ideas to the table. And then, that enables, quicker deal flow and sourcing, and then allows the people to really decide, like, hey, are we going to allocate to this or are we not? Which is kind of like the point of decision markets, end up coming to a decision, right? And having it learn over time, I think, that is the natural evolution of a lot of this stuff. It's becoming an analyst. It's going to become an associate in the future, right? Maybe Corey's not even going to be trading these decision markets. Maybe we'll just be agents trading the decision markets alone. So I'm definitely excited, and I think that this is something, capital formation and experimentation there is something that, has always been core to crypto's ethos, and it's always exciting to see people come with a new or different approach to how these things can be done, right?
And just capacity to do the work, right? Agents obviously so much more capable at processing the massive amount of information that's out there, that's valuable towards making these decisions and kind of helping humans focus on the most important work. That's kind of the way I think about AI these days. They do, though, the agents rely on data, and this is one of our serendipitous transitions. Our next presenter is pitching DeFi Orbit, a really cool data and analytics play. Let's give it up.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Davis here, founder of DeFi Orbit. So after bootstrapping and exiting my last business, I spent about a whole year spending my time in liquidity providing. When I came across Solana, its ecosystem, its DEXs, lending and borrowing platform, technology, I just got obsessed. And this is something that I wanted to do all day, every day. From there, I realized something. If you were to treat your liquidity positions as small businesses generating you at least 30% a year, you'll be in a really good spot. So after realizing that, I was like, man, I need to find the great and perfect system for this so I can take it to the next level. Unfortunately, I couldn't really find any good platform or protocol giving me the data that I needed, because all I could get was token balances times price. That's it. That was all I could get. But for me to make better decisions, I needed more than that. So I decided to build on spreadsheet. I spent about 2-3 weeks building on a spreadsheet that I was so proud of it at first. It had 24 tabs. It had everything that I wanted, from protocols, how much money I had in every position, how much I had in lending and borrowing. Everything was tracked. But then I realized that tracking a 24 tabs portfolio through a spreadsheet was a nightmare, and I was becoming a prisoner. And then after the Trump rally, when the market did a pullback, I ended up finding myself spending 30 to 60 minutes updating everything just to see where I was standing. So if you're a liquidity provider, I'm sure you can relate. And then when the pullback happened, the worst came. I got liquidated and I lost $50,000 because I had bad data in my spreadsheet. That one hurt, and it really did. But from there, I decided to spend a whole month interviewing about 40 liquidity providers and going through multiple questions. What are you using? How are you feeling? And I realized that about 61% of them were on the exact same boat as I was, and that's when I decided to change it all. So now, instead of giving you a demo through a presentation, I want to show you what we have. So this is DeFi Orbit. We are an on-chain data infrastructure for liquidity providers. Everything that I'm about to show you is hosted by us and ran in our own organization. So in here, you can see that automatically we load all of your positions, all of your wallets, and we show you how much money you're making daily, weekly, monthly, deal APR, how many positions you have in range. If you click advanced, we show you how much capital you have at work, how much you have idle, so you can put it back to work, how is your LP allocation distributed, and all of the protocols that you might use. So for example, let's open this one from Orca. In here, you can see how much money you're gonna be making. This is all based in real time. You can click Expand Insights and now see your impermanent losses, your value of hell, your P&L, your range. If you scroll down a little bit, we can even see the position history, so you understand your enterprise and what your impermanent loss is, what it is. We also show you position breakdown, fees, and all of the data that you can't really get elsewhere. If you want to look at your whole portfolio holistically, we also have a portfolio section where we can show you everything day by day, your holdings. So for example, here's a Solana, how much we have in one of those wallets. You can also track Solana and EVM protocols under one roof. If you click Orca, you can see your tokens, you can see your holdings, you can see loop scale, for example. If you are into Aave, we also have options for that. And if you're into Camino, of course, we love Camino, we also support it. So you can come in here and see all of your loans in one spot. So this one from Camino, for example, has 1.19 health factor. Here is the net worth, the LTV, and even how much you're making or paying daily on interest. So all the information that you need in one place, fully hosted, institutional grade, and ready for you. As of today, we have beta users and we also have revenue. We're looking to launch over the next 3 to 4 weeks. So if you want to follow the journey, go and follow us on X at DeFiOrbit_XYZ. Or if you want to try this yourself, just go on DeFiOrbit.xyz and sign up. We have a free trial. Thank you, guys.
Well, this one hits home for me. I don't know about you, but I have, 400,000 wallets. And I have no idea what's in any of them. I famously, lost wallets on old computers, and we'll find ones that I didn't even know I had. So I have been looking for a portfolio management application like this for a long time, especially as somebody who does a decent amount of trading on chain, right? Yep. And, you're famously a data guy yourself. How do you think that this is going to play out as more and more people come on chain and they're dealing with all these disparate systems and fragmented experiences?
Yeah, so I mean, you talk about having 400,000 wallets. I think about the wallets I have, and then I think about the wallets that my agents have. And that number, has gone from 400,000 to, much, much higher, right? Wallets are a beautiful primitive, right? They can be ephemeral, they can be transient, but you need to keep your data in order, right? You need to keep your funds in order. It's super exciting to see, kind of the aggregation that DeFi Orbit is pushing for, and I think it'll be very valuable in this machine age that we've entered.
Absolutely. I didn't even think about the agents. Oh God. And speaking of agents, we have Mads here with Agent Height. So, my bad.
All right, here we go. Yeah, my name is Mads. I'm building Agent Heights. I've been building this for 2 months. And it's a virtual office where you have AI agents that do real work for you, and even on Solana. So the problem is the way this question has been phrased is where do agents reside? I have this picture here of my IDE. This is how I code. Nobody knows what anyone else is doing. It's not visible, and it's not useful to any team members if I just have a screenshot of this, what might as well just be ancient Egyptian on the screen. So what we've created at Agent Heights is a virtual office with multiplayer capabilities where you have visibility into real agents that work for you. And it also gives agents personality and memory. So instead of an agent that you just tell what to do and then click out, you can actually start to bond with your agents as they have this sort of personality. It all runs inside of the Klein SDK, which is an open source coding harness. And this basically opens up coding harnesses and the advanced capabilities that come with them to normies, as they're said. And so specifically to Solana, we have a wallet and specific agents that have access to Jupyter and other capabilities within on-chain capabilities. Pretty much if anything on-chain really can be done through these agents. And then you can combine these Solana capabilities with a wide range of tools through Pulse MCP. So a lot of community MCPs. This is an example of a strategy you can run on Solana with our agents, and I'll actually show you a video of this working in just a minute. But yeah, basically you can set up a workflow for your agents to inform trades and trade for you and manage agents as Edgar and Barrett were talking about. We also launched a token during MTNDAO, and it provides exclusive access to the holders lounge of the community. This was super successful for marketing us. We got over 500 Twitter signups and 100 actual signups on the actual site. So that was big to get us some momentum. Overall, the gamification of agents and work provides a moat for us, and also a good sort of a come for the tool, stay for the network approach to our business and customer acquisition strategy. And as you get feedback from people, we can improve the agents. Overall, the inspiration for Agent Heights is based on science fiction, specifically Snow Crash's metaverse and the True Names world. And yeah, basically it's a place where everything's taken literally, and then agents coexist with humans. So yeah, we've just been building us out for only 2 months. So yeah, looking for anyone who wants to use, test out, and then also, of course, any developers who may want to assist. So let me get up this video of the trading strategy working. Okay, so I'm just going to narrate what's happening here. So I'm talking to an agent that can talk to CoinGecko, and the CoinGecko agent is going to get some financial data. And it actually, I had it run a task earlier to report on what the trending Solana tokens is. And so each agent has this operating system, kind of like just so you can manage the agent and see past work the agent's done, and like its ability, the tasks it's done, and how successful it is at accomplishing those tasks. But yeah, so currently this CoinGecko agent on the top is going to pick a token for the Coinbase Solana agent to buy, and then it's going to actually buy that token. So the Coinbase Solana token has this special wallet right here. As you can see, it's managing LP positions between my token and another MTNDAO community token stable, as well as just having a few other tokens. As you can see, okay, so now I'm talking to the Coinbase Solana agent right there. You can see at the bottom it's now working, and it's, yeah, basically, making sure that it has the funds to buy the token that was recommended, and it actually has a gated permission right here. So what that just flashed up, and yeah, it's buying the Jupiter token because the CoinGecko agent was like, that looks like the hot token right now, so that's the one we should buy. So the Coinbase Solana agent is executing that trade, and then it'll let the CoinGecko agent say, oh, yep, we did that. So while you're waiting for this to happen, you can go explore the world around you, explore the office. Each task is done by this manager agent over on the right. So there's always review and going back if tasks are not completed successfully. And yeah, so looks like the Coinbase Solana agent has completed the trade. So you can now see the wallet has a new balance of Jupe once we refresh there. Yep, so that's the demo. Thank you, everyone. Yep, it's been a great time at MTNDAO.
Woo! So much to say here. I mean, multiplayer AI, obviously. A gather in town like UI. I think really kind of great representation of where agent coordination could go. Give me your take on kind of the underlying infrastructure here. Obviously, we think about multiplayer AI a lot. What goes through your head when you're watching the Agent Heights demo and thinking about kind of the future that's in front of it?
Yeah, I'm a big proponent. Obviously, what we do kind of revolves a lot around multiplayer. I think that the way that people work with agents is very personal, right? Like how somebody in the office works with something is very different than how I work with something, right? And so I like the ability to have, spin up multiple agents to do that, have a manager agent if you want to have a manager agent that kind of does a lot of the QC and review before anything happens. I think that, it has good optionality in skipping permissions or in certain sensitive cases regarding trades, right? It prompts you to be like, yes, approve. And so I love those features. And I'm a big fan of, AI has to be fun and interesting for it to be well adopted. So I am also a big fan of the fact that he has kind of taken this, game approach. Like walking around looks very similar. I don't know. I played Pokemon as a kid, right? And it gives me very much like Pokemon vibes. Like walking around and going to, talk to the different, in Pokemon, they were the Pokemon trainers, and in this, you're agents, right? So I'm definitely bullish on multiplayer AI, and I think that managing multiple agents is just the way in which people will be building companies, interacting with kind of like life, right? Like if you need to do a vacation or whatever, you'll have an agent to book your trips. It will all be automated.
Of course. And I mean, I wanted to mention this. we've got a number of kind of multiplayer AI demos today. I think, in my head, one of the things that always comes to mind with a global network like Solana, it's a phenomenal global backend. It's a ubiquitous backend, right? When you're talking about multiplayer agents, you're talking about more and more participants on the internet, right? They just happen to be machines. Global backends are a phenomenal coordination layer. So speaking of continuing on our journey of multiplayer AI, let's give it up for Kaduna.
All right. Thanks so much. I'm David Levine, also known as Moto, and I'm the founder and CEO of Kaduna. And you know what to do. Follow us on Twitter, Telegram, and turn on your notifications. So, as Edgar mentioned, Solana is a high-performance global state machine. That is why we're all here. It's one chain, one shared truth, and it's at planetary speed. So why is everything so damn fragmented? You got X, Telegram, wallets, swaps, vaults. Everything is bridged, but nothing really belongs anywhere. So the problem is deeply that economics, governance, and culture are all fragmented. Solana is composable, but nothing is really composed. Economics is fragmented, governance is fragmented, culture is fragmented. The pieces connect on chain, but the communities don't. So I pretty much gave up. In November 2024, I was like, I'm just going to get a job. I went to DHS and the Cybersecurity Infrastructure Security Agency to do what I thought was important work. And about 4 months later, the entire division was doged so that they could put more resources on immigration. And I figured, okay, well, I can just keep shitposting or do something substantial. So in March, I started designing intelligent avatars, allies, and actors. And I turned this over so that you can create them, guide them, shape them, and share them. But that really wasn't enough. What were they going to do? I developed a concept called power maps, where you can take these systems like disclosure or political change or biohacking and health, esoteric stuff, mortgages and finance, military and veteran systems, and particularly Solana. And I realized that each map was both an oracle, a game, a movement, and a world. And that these could be traversed by these intelligent agents and allies to actually make change. So now we have economics, governance, culture, all composed in this map shifting paradigm. So the economics are around theme coins, where every coin is community compute. So there's utility from day one, and it actually feeds the community with money. And then the governance, there's a brand new system called Aduna, a decentralized, unincorporated nonprofit association. This just became real July 1st, 2026, this year, where you can now register these with the West Virginia Secretary of State and have legal US DAOs that can own property and do all kinds of great things. And then map shifting, as I mentioned, is this way to actually analyze culture, create these deep system maps so that the agents and humans can operate together. So every token buys individual and collective agency. The community decides what the markup is from the raw commute. They're real US organizations with real legal standing, so DAOs can hire and fire, buy property, make decisions, and act as one. And what's really most important, which is very hard to explain, is how this deep structural analysis makes for collective action. When you really understand all the leverage points of a system, whether it's an organization, a country, a game, a sporting event, you can actually do, you have a lot more power, and particularly as a community. Agency, in this case, actually compounds with scale. People are used to the opposite. The bigger the organization, the less independence any individual has. Well, here, the bigger the organization, the bigger the group, the more sensing, choosing, acting, and learning that agentic loop happens. Every click feeds the intelligence of the entire collective. So we're opening up for early access on September 24th. And we're going to go old school and launch with a whole airdrop on October 13th. This is going to be a huge amount of fun, so I hope you all decide to join us. And as we mentioned, that's Kaduna. The global state machine actually composed, the Solana promise realized. Thanks so much.
Okay, there's a lot to unpack here. I think that, one of the things that we, kind of believed in is that these agents are going to become, more and more ingrained. They're kind of already, dominating internet traffic. They're going to be dominating the content that is put out, right? And so having these agents be able to kind of tie together all of these disparate informations, subcultures, programs, et cetera, I think makes like a ton of sense. And with kind of how you think about, the world and how like agents are going to be incorporated from, like I said, everyday, kind of use to corporations and companies, right, for profit and nonprofit. Where do you kind of see, how do you see the evolution of agents really being able to like play out in this like kind of global manner?
Yeah. David talked about fragmentation, and I think there's a good argument to be made that AI has driven a new type of fragmentation between people and machines, right? A lot of us are concerned about what the world looks like today and will look like in the future, given all of this AI development, right? What is going to happen to our jobs? What is going to happen to social interaction? Are we a lot lonelier now that we're spending all our time talking to AI, right? To me, that is all a big fragmentation problem, and the answer is finding ways to integrate and to unify, right? And to build connection, and ultimately, I think that bubbles up to the connections that we build as people. So I love the communal approach that David's taking. Super, super exciting to see him build and ship at MTNDAO.
Absolutely. And speaking of connections and social, our next presenter with Metricy.
It's Matrici.
Matrici. Whoopsie.
Cool. Let's give it up for Sean.
So I'm Sean. My co-founder Nick was the first presenter. Matrici is a health tracking and social app. So this is probably not the pitch you were expecting at a MTNDAO, Solana event, and not the typical perps, prediction markets, RWA, agentic stuff. We don't fit that bill, but crypto, social, AI, health, and culture all crash into one thing. You'll laugh, you'll learn, and you might leave something, or you might leave seeing it everywhere. The next 5 minutes is this meme. I'm stringing a bunch of things together here. We've got Strava, FOMO that many of you are familiar with. We've got Brian Johnson, looks maxing, all these trending things that are going on, seemingly unrelated, all one story. Let's get into it. Everyone's on something. We got Huberman here on coffee. I'm sure many of you are familiar with him. Alcohol, John McAfee. TRT, the Liver King, getting busted from his primal diet. And clavicular using meth to stay lean. It's all true. Everyone's on something. 1 in 8 adults have taken a GLP-1 in the country, and half the country takes supplements. Everyone is on something, even if it's not a traditional supplement or vitamin. They're on a coffee, an Advil, a prescription, having some beers with the boys. It all lands in one place. Everything in the world right now is getting tracked, optimized, and shared. You have Strava, where everyone's sharing their runs. You have the sleep scores, and you have trading with like FOMO, where people are tracking each other's trades, posting P&L cards. Everything is tracked and traded. The next step of that is biomarkers, health, the supplement space in my eyes. You already know these cards. That's the Strava card. Here we have the FOMO card that many of you are probably familiar with. And here's the new card in the stack, Matrici. We have runs and swims, spots and perps, test levels, and yes, microbiome scores. Everything gets tracked and posted. We're the piece of this trend that hasn't been captured yet. The most measured man alive. We've got Brian Johnson here. This is a real tweet. Sorry to report, but I have a new boner record, 3 hours and 36 minutes. The movie Titanic is 3 hours and 14 minutes. Nighttime boners and his girlfriend's microbiome scores, 8 months of perfect sleep, and a body he claims that has the biological age of an 18-year-old. Half the replies think he's a vampire. The other half are taking Cialis for longevity and running his blueprint. The trend is tracking and sharing. We built the home for it. The most famous stack in America lives in a reporter's notebook. This is Clavicula's stack. He's a pretty well-known looks maxer. I'm sure many of you are familiar with him. Millions of people around the world have hopped on similar compounds because of guys like him that have been posting their stacks. You know, he was on TRT at 14, taking absurd doses of retatrutide. And our app would be a place where people can do these experiments, track them, import their blood work, and do it in a more controlled and kind of viewed manner where everyone across the board gets to see how everyone else's metrics are being impacted by what they take. And we kind of imagine that Matrici has a multitude of different users. We have like the classic Huberman type that listens to podcasts about health. You have the looks maxers, you have the biohackers like Brian Johnson. You've got people that are trying to quit substances. You have people that have specific issues like autoimmune issues. You have people that want to deal with skin care or hair care problems. And then, some of the frontier people in the space that are influencers, creators, and on the edge of what is going on in the health sphere in terms of compounds, peptides, and new things coming out. We foresee like the same loop for all of them where they log their things, we verify it with their blood work and other things that they can import like Whoop score. And from that, they can share that and then find similar people that have similar interests. Maybe, they're looking to optimize sleep, weight loss. They can find groups in their area to do so. Essentially, we capture your whole intake in seconds. If you've seen Cal AI, they scan your food and it pulls up the calories and macros. We do the same kind of with supplements, and then you can log it. So what worked and what didn't, and what's next? So you have your own evidence. Where essentially we will show you, based on your blood work, what is happening within your body. You'll get insights on what you're taking, and then you can see what others are taking and their insights. And ideally, if we have a large enough data set, you can see people all across, the app and get early data on new compounds and new research for, things that could potentially help with, issues that people have. Seems I'm running out of time here, so we'll just skip over a couple things. That's Matrici. Scan the QR to join the wait list. And if you have any questions, feel free to @ me on Twitter @soupxyz.
Do I get anything if I scan the QR code?
You have a chance to win a potentially legal substance if you scan the QR code and join the wait list.
Should we spend the next hour talking about clavicular or? Super interesting pitch. Obviously a healthcare app built for a world that, we've been talking about agents, we've been talking about AI and how fast things are changing there. We have not touched bio and health at all until Matrici, right? So much about healthcare is changing, being questioned, being experimented with. What's your take, Barrett, on these biohacker influencers is the way I would put them, right? Brian Johnson, Clavicular, they don't seem like the biohackers from the movies, but they're biohacking nonetheless. What's your take?
Yeah, I definitely think that it's definitely very interesting. I think that this will be something that will continue to go. It's popular on social media. People love seeing people on the edge and experimenting with whether it's work or their body, trying to become stronger, more fit. I think that there are good trends, right? I think like people seeing people like, I'm taking some supplement and it's helping me increase my strength, or I've improved my gut biome, or whatever it may be. I think that stuff's really good. I think that not everything probably should be traditional whatever medicines. I think that there's obviously their place for that. There's also the place for a lot of new experimentation. I think peptides are pretty exciting. There's a lot of benefits there. There's not a lot of actual like research in the sense that there's people that are posting about taking them, right? I think that over the last handful of years, like the steroids, people like started admitting that they're taking steroids and showing their blood work on that type of stuff, and this kind of like follows along in that trend, and I think it'll be important, right? I think if we want to increase our longevity, be healthier people, there will be the need for people on the edge to experiment and be able to track that data and create communities around it is kind of a no-brainer, and it will happen no matter what. So I definitely am excited to pay attention to kind of this app.
So much with AI, so much with bio. You're starting to make me feel like we're in a new golden age. I'm getting kind of excited, and I'm excited that our next presenter, Transcend, is rounding out the first group of the day. I'm going to let you introduce these guys, Barrett, because you did such a great job pulling them into the MTNDAO ecosystem, getting them over here, and I know you're as excited as I am about what they're building.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Transcend. I'll do some talking after it, but this is Ethan from Transcend.
Yeah, how's it going, everyone? I'm Ethan Wicko, CEO, founder of Transcend Mechanics. And so, lots of talks about like AI agents today, but like imagine if your AI agent took like 2 months to like arrive and cost as much as a car. And so basically like robot hardware is like the next big thing that we need to focus on. And the reality is that it does take 2 months and cost as much as a car to get this like deployable physical AI like agent that's actually useful. So that's why we're making the SpaceX for robot manipulation, basically. So kind of like the problem that we all are seeing is that the improvement of these physical AI models is following the same scaling laws of like LLM improvement, and they're going to be capable and useful. But when ChatGPT was useful, everyone already had the hardware, so deployment was like instant. Whereas with robots, nobody's like thinking about this massive demand spike that's going to come just by like virtue of nobody has the hardware that's essential for deployment. And so like right now, we're seeing lead times of like months for hardware. And this is before the useful period of models. And so like end effectors, specifically end effectors, are already 10 billion as a market when adoption is nothing. So this thing is going to balloon insanely, but we really need to fix the supply. So that's why we're doing this with the SpaceX model. So optimized for manufacturability from the get-go. Scalability is the only thing that you care about. And so you want to make functionally equivalent hardware. That's what we're doing to like the current Gripper standard of physical AI that is just inherently manufacturable. The secret here is we're using proprietary generative design software to basically juice the crap out of the cheapest manufacturing methods to get something that's functionally equivalent. So we're already selling to physical AI startups, and we are making SaaS margins on these sales. And so kind of like in the pipeline, we're talking with some of the biggest physical AI like ARM suppliers to get our end effectors on their ARMs. And then we're also talking with people for much larger orders. So our strategy is focusing specifically on manipulation. So manipulation is 30% of the hardware cost of every robot deployment. So this is like a very, very key thing to get right when you're interacting with the physical world. In the short term, we're going to be leveraging partnerships to get our end effectors out there using the existing standard. In the kind of medium term, what we're raising money for is to make more advanced dexterous manipulation to become the standard for this increased dexterity that's going to be needed for this like big scale deployment. And then in the long term, it's all about vertical integration. It's all about the SpaceX model. If you can scale every part of the process, you can make this massive machine that just churns out scalability and deployments. So as for our team, I'm ex-SpaceX, ex-NASA, and my co-founder Alex is ex-nuclear energy. And we are a Disciples Ventures cohort company based in El Segundo, California. And yeah, we make hardware and software. Right now, we're raising $1.5 million pre-seed to become the SpaceX of hardware and the physical manipulation company. So yeah, please reach out to us. Here's some contacts you can get us. And yeah, hope to hear from you.
All right, there's a lot to unpack here. I have these guys are one of the first people I met when I went down to El Segundo.
And you spent a month down there.
I spent yeah, probably now like almost 2 months down there. I love what they're doing. I think that manufacturing coming back to this country is going to be a big thing over the next, I don't know, handful of years, right? And on into the future. I think the producer economy has to be done, especially if we're going to go compete on robotics, on aerospace, right? We've obviously been producing a ton of aerospace stuff here. China right now is absolutely demoing us on the ability to produce robots. So it's really awesome to see some American companies trying to go out and compete on the manufacturing stuff. We actually bought some of their grippers as we were doing some physical AI coordination work at Pentagon. Dude, these guys, we bought some arms. Their grippers didn't work for our arms. We told them that, and then in 24 hours, they had redesigned their gripper and 3D printed it for us and shipped it off. So, what used to take, weeks, as he said, of lead time, right, was cut down into 24 hours just for their first, prototype grippers. And so, definitely excited. I think, I don't know how many people that are watching or here have, done a lot of research on grippers, but they are expensive. And these guys are being able to produce them at incredibly low costs. I mean, the grippers we bought were $140. They're moving from 3D printed plastics to metals and onto hands. And this type of process, I'm very excited about, and this type of company, I'm very excited about.
I love it. I mean, and, to your point, the speed difference is, orders of magnitude better, right? And anyone coming from the Solana ecosystem should know what it's like to have something that is orders of magnitude faster and cheaper, right? The ethos plays the same. Guys, AI, bio, hard tech, we have only gotten through the first track of the day. I'm incredibly hyped. The energy in the office has been unbelievable all month. It's unbelievable today. We are going to take a 30-minute break, give everybody a breather, get a snack, and we will be back in 30 with DeFi and capital markets. See you soon.
This is my third time.
This is my first 6 or 7 time.
I've been to all the versions of MTNDAO. I just do this nowadays.
Oh, hi, Ava. People want to be here because people are focused trying to build real projects, companies, cool shit with their friends.
Then just seeing more and more people come in, the office fill up, and seeing MTNDAO rise to what it is every month.
It's kind of like a cheat code to be here.
my first Mountain DAO. Been really great so far.
First time was with my boys. Second time is with my boys as well.
Things work a lot better when we're collaborating and we're meeting others. And I think there's a lot of great opportunities here to meet other potential co-founders or maybe employees or just other people that, you know, maybe we could form partnerships or, you know, just be involved together. So
this is my fourth Mountain DAO. There's a lot of space for everybody to spread out. You can still work with your friends and your partners, which is great.
Getting a chance to meet everybody and, you know.
Push-ups. I did 24. But I'm not lying, I did 24. I'm telling you. Why are you looking at me like that? I'm telling you I did 24 push-ups. You don't have any footage. Me and Fluffy were ABCD, a blockchain DAO, baby. He's a cool guy. He's the fluffiest guy I've ever met, actually. I love him. I think he loves me, but he might be pretending just because I'm like, cool. Probably met him like 2 weeks ago.
I've been building on Solana since 2020, and I feel like despite having been involved for so long and being there every step of the way, I was sort of isolated in my own bubble.
Being able to be in person, work next to a whiteboard, and see what other people are building in real time is really helpful to gauge what the meta is and what types of apps are popping off.
It's really great to like get more tied into, you know, the whole ecosystem.
These beanbags are the best thing that ever happened to Mountain DAO.
I think I fell asleep a couple of times instead of being productive on them.
You know the feeling of your mommy hugging you and you're like just melt in her arms and you're like, oh my God, this is the best time of my life.
I borrowed a robotic arm from Edgar and Barrett they're using for actual work, and I decided to make a hand tracking app where you can move your hand and it controls the arm in real time.
It's a really life-changing experience.
The best memories stay here, and they come from here.
Oh yeah!
It's hot dog time.
Builder community, just everyone around here, it's just been an incredible experience. I think just everything, the lunch, you know, the activities, Mountain DAO, it's, you know, it's nerds plus some chillers as well.
The people who stick around in the bear market are the people who are gonna have a very deep connection later on, or like they're like the backbone of the ecosystem. They're not gone. They don't stay here because of the token price, but usually they stay here because they're building something that they're convinced of.
The people that are sitting next to me, they're not even developers, but like they can develop a lot of Web3 software using AI. So it's like we're kind of at this weird intersection where, you know, you have non-devs now becoming devs. And, you know, I learned a lot from the non-devs because they're prompting or doing things with AI that I didn't even know that you could do.
The Mountain DAOs that I went to before were so valuable to me that it just felt natural to give something back. Like all the people I met here, all the connections we made, we got new clients, but also new friends, and it was all free, which is pretty crazy.
I don't think I've met any person who's just working on like a singular project. I think there's a lot of people bouncing around and doing just multiple things at once, which is like the beauty of Mountain DAO.
They see you building something and they pitch in and suddenly you're making a new connection with someone. That happens all the time here, yeah.
I want Mountain DAO to continue for 1,000 years, 10,000 years, 1,000,000 years, whatever, but it has to go on for a long time.
Mountain DAO is like one of the hearts of Solana. Anyone that's building anything, anyone that's been here for a long time, anyone that really cares about the ecosystem takes time to show up to Mountain DAO.
From the beginning of this year, we were working in my dorm back in the university.
At the time, he introduced me
yo, we should apply that. Take a look. You can like give us workspace. We can work together like 24/7. I'm like, sure, let's do that. And that's the great thing that MTNDAO provides us. Like we can sit down together, face to face, make sure that's done before we ever move on.
And like having a good minds also next to us could help us.
I feel like, yeah, everyone just kind of like us is really just starting the project. But later on, after I talk, wait, those guys are big boss.
There's just something so rewarding around being a bunch of like-minded individuals that are working on different things. It's very inspiring.
This is the right time for us to be here and build for the Web3.
I learned a lot from not just Web3, also how to improve my workflow with AI.
It's nice to just see some friends that you've gotten to know that come continually to MTNDAO over and over again. I don't know, I'd just call it, it's like my home away from home.
Yo, bro. You know that's just a game, right?
This is my third time.
This is my first 6 or 7
third
time.
time. I've been to all the versions of MTNDAO. I just do this nowadays.
Oh, hi, Ava. People want to be here because people are focused trying to build real projects, companies, cool shit with their friends.
Then just seeing more and more people come in, the office fill up, and seeing MTNDAO rise to like what it is every month.
It's kind of like a cheat code to be here. Whoa, is this MTNDAO?
This is my first MTNDAO. Been really great so far.
First time was with my boys. Second time is with my boys as well.
Things work a lot better when we're collaborating and we're meeting others. And I think there's a lot of great opportunities here to meet other potential co-founders or maybe employees or just other people that, maybe we could form partnerships or, just be involved together. So
this is my fourth MTNDAO. There's a lot of space for everybody to spread out. You can still work with your friends, your partners, which is great.
Getting a chance to meet everybody and,
push-ups. I did 24. But I'm not lying. I did 24. I'm telling you. Why are you looking at me like that? I'm telling you I did 24 push-ups. You don't have any footage. Me and Fluffy were ABCD, a blockchain DAO, baby. He's a cool guy. He's the fluffiest guy I've ever met, actually. I love him. I think he loves me, but he might be pretending just because I'm like cool. Probably met him like 2 weeks ago.
I've been building on Solana since 2020, and I feel like despite having been involved for so long and being there every step of the way, I was sort of isolated in my own bubble.
Being able to be in person, work next to a whiteboard, and see what other people are building in real time is really helpful to gauge what the meta is and what types of apps are popping off.
It's really great to get more tied into, the whole ecosystem.
These beanbags are the best thing that ever happened to MTNDAO.
I think I fell asleep a couple times instead of being productive on them.
You know the feeling of your mommy hugging you and you're like just melt in her arms and you're like, oh my God, this is the best time of my life.
I borrowed a robotic arm from Edgar and Barrett they're using for actual work, and I decided to make a hand tracking app where you can move your hand and it controls the arm in real time.
It's a really life-changing experience.
The best memories stay here, and they come from here.
Oh yeah!
It's hot dog time.
Builder community, just everyone around here, it's just been an incredible experience. I think just everything, the lunch, the activities, MTNDAO, it's nerds plus some chillers as well.
the people who stick around in the bear market are the people who are gonna have a very deep connection later on, or like they're like the backbone of the ecosystem. They're not gone. They don't stay here because of the token price, but usually they stay here because they're building something that they're convinced of.
The people that are sitting next to me, they're not even developers, but like they can develop a lot of Web3 software using AI. So it's like we're kind of at this weird intersection where, you know, you have non-devs now becoming devs. And, you know, I learned a lot from the non-devs because they're prompting or doing things with AI that I didn't even know that you could do.
The Mountain DAOs that I went to before were so valuable to me that it just felt natural to give something back. Like all the people I met here, all the connections we made, we got new clients, but also new friends, and it was all free, which is pretty crazy.
I don't think I've met any person who's just working on like a singular project. I think there's a lot of people bouncing around and doing just multiple things at once, which is like the beauty of Mountain DAO.
They see you building something and they pitch in and suddenly you're making a new connection with someone. That happens all the time here, yeah.
I want Mountain DAO to continue for 1,000 years, 10,000 years, 1,000,000 years, whatever, but it has to go on for a long time.
Mountain DAO is like one of the hearts of Solana. Anyone that's building anything, anyone that's been here for a long time, anyone that really cares about the ecosystem takes time to show up to Mountain DAO.
From the beginning of this year, we were working in my dorm back in the university.
At the time, he introduced me, yo, we should apply that. Take a look. You can like give us workspace. We can work together like 24/7. I'm like, sure, let's do that. And that's the great thing that Mountain DAO provides us. Like, we can sit down together, face to face, make sure that's done before we ever move on.
And like having a good minds also next to us could help us.
I feel like, yeah, everyone just kind of like us is really just starting the project. But later on, after I talk, wait, those guys are big boss.
There's just something so rewarding around being a bunch of like-minded individuals that are working on different things. It's very inspiring.
This is the right time for us to be here and build for the Web3.
I learned a lot from not just Web3, also how to improve my workflow with AI.
It's nice to just see some friends that you've gotten to know that come continually to Mountain DAO over and over again. I don't know, I'd just call it, it's like my home away from home.
Yo, bro. You know that's just a game, right?
All right. Welcome back, everyone. MTNDAO X Demo Day. This is the 10th MTNDAO iteration. We're here in Salt Lake City. 25 teams today, 3 tracks. We've gotten done with track 1. Track 1 was agents, infra, and frontier tech. We're now moving into what I've always considered the core of Solana, DeFi and capital markets. Barrett, before we kick off, you know, we took a break. We finally got a chance to get a breath. What do you think about the first section of the day, going into the second one? How are things going for you this demo day?
I mean, I'm super excited. The first group, the first section, I think, came in, had a lot of really interesting projects from inside crypto to outside crypto. Always good to see the new entrants in the space. Building a lot of stuff in AI, very excited. And then obviously, you know, myself and Edgar got into crypto for DeFi, right? For capital markets, building, you know, a better financial system. So, you know, this section I'm always partial to. It's why I got into crypto. And I'm very excited for the lineup. I've talked to a lot of these teams, know a lot of these guys. And so very excited to, you know, see what they got for us today.
I love it. I love it. All right, let's get right into it. First up, Alex from Dropset. Alex, kick it off.
Thanks. Hey everybody, I'm Alex. I'm building Dropset, the liquidity layer for every national currency. Foreign exchange is the biggest market on Earth, with over $9 trillion of daily volume. Yet the underlying liquidity is fragmented and obfuscated by a patchwork of banks and OTC desks. And FX exchanges only trade 5 days a week. Blockchains are a perfect remedy for this situation. They're the most money-like digital environment possible, offering permissionless access and ease of transmission, especially Solana, the fastest and most inexpensive public blockchain. Yet less than 10% of the world's currencies are currently represented by a stablecoin on Solana. So we're building Dropset to provide 24/7, 365 coverage for every national currency. The production Dropset front-end already processes Solana mainnet FX swaps, sourcing liquidity from existing on-chain exchanges. Dropset also curates market data for every Solana-based stablecoin. However, many of these currencies still have no liquidity whatsoever. This is a major market gap for an asset class with over $9 trillion of daily volume. Which is why we're building a DEX specifically tailored to bootstrapping stablecoin liquidity, the ephemeral central limit order book, or ECLOB, which combines prop AMM efficiency with order book transparency. It's built around vaults, so anyone can become a vault leader and crowdsource their market-making inventory. We bootstrap the vaults for this two-sided market ourselves, kicking off a public liquidity flywheel that matches upstream stablecoin issuers with downstream liquidity consumers. We're already working with emerging stablecoin issuers on a liquidity pilot program, and we've validated demand from on-chain banking and supply chain management teams who source existing liquidity on-chain but suffer wide spreads when clearing FX swaps off-chain through their banking providers. In other words, latent demand doesn't have a straightforward supply channel. By connecting early-stage stablecoin issuers with demand-side customers, we can create a comprehensive FX liquidity network that accrues protocol fees. As markets mature, we have access to product opportunities beyond spot, like derivatives, for business use cases including treasury management, B2B payment flows, hedging, and beyond. Solana dominates public blockchain token launch numbers, and more recently, it commands a near monopoly on tokenized equity volumes. It's basically the perfect place for moving around tokens, which are the vehicle for stablecoins, and by extension, for public FX markets, because it facilitates permissionless liquidity flywheels that take off in a positive feedback loop. And we're the people to build that feedback loop. The team has already worked on multiple exchanges. We're operationally integrated with existing stablecoin issuers, and I've personally authored or co-authored 3 on-chain exchanges. Dropset, the liquidity layer for every national currency.
Okay, all right. I love trading. I think FX is obviously one of the biggest benefactors of crypto. I think, you know, crypto has always been talked about as a way to, you know, more easily transfer money, whether that's across borders for remittances, you know, to your friends, to, you know, payments, moving away from the, you know, rent-seeking behavior that a lot of, you know, traditional payment rails has, right? I think FX so many people from around the world are now, using, blockchains for finance. That means, U.S. dollar stablecoins. You have Euro stablecoins, right? Obviously, Korean won, etc. And it only makes sense that these people will be paying in their native currency, right? Like obviously, people in a different country won't be holding another nation's currency unless they have like pretty horrific inflation, and so these like on-chain FX markets enable a lot of stuff. Kind of where are you seeing, or where do you expect the stablecoin FX markets to kind of go, and how do you like what Dropset is pitching?
Yeah, it's funny. I remember when you and I first got into crypto, into Solana, there were all these tokens. There are obviously all these like token exchange rates, and no one was using the term FX. And as ex-finance guys, I mean, we were going around saying like, this is weird. Like, do we do FX on chain? Like, what's happening, right? It's taken 5 years for FX to become a real thing, but this is part of I mentioned earlier. I think crypto is in this stage where it's integrating into the mainstream. FX growing on chain is an enormous, fundamental part of that. Right? So incredibly excited for it, and incredibly excited for what Alex and Dropset are building.
Speaking of, FX, right? Another absolutely massive market is mortgages, right? And a great segue into our next presenter, Winston from Stable.
Am I on? Am I live? Am I good? Great. Hi, I'm Winston. I'm the founder of Stable. We're modernizing the mortgage market. There's a number of things wrong with the mortgage market. None of them are fundamentally broken, but they're all slow. They're ancient. They're from the 80s. They're from the 90s. Some of them survived the 2000s. A lot of them didn't. The problem right now is that your capital is slow. It's inefficient. It goes out there, it sits, it waits for 30 days, it comes back, you recycle it slowly again. There's constant delays everywhere along the cycle. We came up with an elegant solution to that. Our number one goal at Stable is to increase production. We work with lenders across the board to increase their throughput from origination of multiple different types of loans. We don't have to get into that here. Across the board of different types of mortgages. Our target is selling the loan the day it closes. So we combine a number of things for this, primarily stablecoins, blockchain settlement. We've also built an in-house AI agent that reviews documents for both us and our users. It's called BOM. And essentially BOM streamlines your process so that you can upload documents from any medium, receive them from any medium, request them from any medium, and automatically have them reviewed. Traditionally, this is a job that was done by humans. It's a very labor-intensive job. It's cross-checking documents, going across from different emails, different threads, combining those across different organizations. It's an incredibly messy thing. BOM brings it into one system, so that it's incredibly simple and easy. The blockchain also helps with that a lot. Here's how mortgage trading settles now. We're done. Just like that, you went from originated loan to sold loan. We say 4 seconds, could be 18. I heard Solana's at 200 milliseconds now. Could get really exciting. But everybody's getting in. And they're missing the one thing. They're missing the tiny little detail called the loan, the mortgage. Coinbase and Better have a phenomenal partnership to unlock Bitcoin liquidity, enable those people to buy houses for the first time through government-sponsored loans, which is phenomenal innovation. Caliber recently tokenized funds and is now going out to other family offices and tokenizing their funds as well. BlackRock and other peers are bringing tokenized money markets on fund. What do you think the next step is? Here's our solution. It's called USDX. Simply, you put a dollar in, we lend a dollar out, it recycles rapidly, and then it goes from lender to loan, lender to loan. This puts us in place of putting what's called a warehouse line of credit forward. The warehouse line of credit is over-collateralized by the loan itself, and then again by the house. So we lend to licensed lenders who are funding loans to licensed brokers who are funding loans to you. And that's how the cycle works. Traditionally, this is a heavy bank-focused industry. Private credit, private family offices started getting into it. Now you can too. Takes a dollar, simply mint, stake to earn yield. There's nothing else to it. You don't have to think anything past that. You can see the funds move on chain. As we bring these loans on chain, they'll be set into our stable mortgage registry, and you can actually see it all in real time. And that's the most exciting part to me. That makes Bomb's job really easy. And then it combines the off-chain and the on-chain into one simple thing. It's me, Matt, Marco, and a few others as well who can't make the slide. I want to add bombs to this slide as well because I do think the future of AI agents, they will be replacing jobs from the start. I don't think they're going after anybody's existing job. I think we have the opportunity to build an AI-first company, which means Bomb is an employee. You can check us out at a lot of places. Our data just went live, so you can see the tristable.co./data. Let me show you our lender portal. This is what an institutional lender would see. They essentially have been heavily DD'd. It's quite a thorough packet. It's about 70 pages, and they add documents to it on top of that, hence why we created Bomb. They then have a line of credit. They can draw against it against certain different types of approved products, products being the mortgage. They can come here. You can say, tell me what offers my portfolio has. And Bomb will go search it. While they're doing that, they can come request a draw for a new loan they just wrote. Let's say they need $750,000. They simply, there's a zero there. They simply submit a draw request. That sends to them in stablecoins in real time. Traditionally, that's a wire. We just cut 1 to 3 business days. We just enabled Saturday settlement, Monday settlement, Tuesday settlement, Friday settlement, doesn't matter. 24/7, 365, we aim to fund loans in 15 minutes or less. They can come, they can repay. Should they be repaying in stablecoins? Same exact system. Their loans sitting here. Check their active bids. We just saw Bomb got back to us with a summary. Let's go look at Brittany Callahan. We see we have 2 loans here. We're going to accept this one. It's a higher bid, 102. Automatically rejects the other. Anyone can submit standing bids as long as they're an approved marketplace participant. I'm Winston from Stable. Thank you.
You know, I think maybe my favorite thing about Winston is that he is able to explain something as complicated and arcane as mortgages as something, you know, he's able to explain it eloquently, simply, and as something fun, right? You know, you mentioned this, Barrett, before Winston's presentation. Mortgage is obviously really fundamental to the financial system, fundamental to the U.S. market. And it's, you know, it's still a market that is full of challenges, long, complex processes, fraud. What's your take on Stable? Why doesn't Stable have more competitors? Right? I feel like I haven't seen a ton of this out in the ecosystem. Yeah, what's your view on where Winston is going?
Yeah, I mean, I think that being able to add, you know, liquidity and improve the times of, you know, recycling capital for these mortgages is something that is actually valuable, something that crypto does a better job of, right? It makes a lot of sense to do that. I like, you know, his AI nativeness in analyzing documents, being able to be faster. Yep. I think that, you know, the reason you don't really see a lot of competitors is that mortgages are an incredibly regulated space. They generally move really slow. People trend away from sectors like that a lot of the times, right? It's a slow, arduous process to get in, to build trust, and work with this type of capital because a lot of it comes from the government and Freddie Mae and Fannie Mac, or Freddie Mac and Fannie Mae. And I think that that's like why. I mean, you see like some other private credit vehicles, HELOCs, et cetera, but not too much on the mortgage side.
Yeah, and I mean, we're new to the infrastructure, right? Like we've talked about, agents are, you know, incredible at processing data, incredible at simplifying the complexity that comes with, you know, mortgage process, and blockchains are incredibly fast and efficient at speeding up the transfer of funds, right? So, you know, these are brand new primitives, and these opportunities are still brand new. So, awesome kickoff to DeFi and capital markets. We're going to continue and power on. I am particularly excited about this next presenter, building something that's very, very close to my heart, something I've spent years thinking about. Let's hear from Jesco and what he's building at Zodial.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. My name is Jasko. I'm the co-founder of Zodial, and I built on top of Edgar's work because we built the most accurate lending market. But the story starts last year when I had a really good one. I was long Bitcoin and Tesla and basically 20x my portfolio over 8 years and decided to add just a little bit of leverage. What could possibly go wrong? And then Elon broke up with Trump, landed this tweet, and my portfolio got liquidated. This is the experience you get on most isolated lending markets as well as vaults, as they don't really see your portfolio as one, but rather each asset on the collateral side and on the obligation side individually. And this doesn't have to be the case. We can do much better. So what happens if you have an opinion, for example, that Solana is going to outperform Bitcoin in the next bull market, or that SpaceX is losing to Tesla? So what we really have to do is basically not measure risk on the collateral side and the borrower side, but over your whole portfolio. And again, we introduced a pairwise risk system across your whole portfolio. You can imagine it like an efficiency mode from Aave that works. Doesn't matter how many assets you have. And with that, you can finally diversify and hopefully not get liquidated. But that also unlocks yield for all the assets you can now finally borrow safely. And if you just want more leverage, we also curated a Frontier USDC pool for you to push the boundaries there as well. But let's jump right into an interface. On our trade page, it looks much more like a perp DEX than a lending protocol, because now you can make money also when the market is down. You can simply select the asset you think is underperforming the other asset, and we still have classic operations like deposit and borrow, but the fun starts when you can deposit loop or short loop to use your margin all in one transaction. We also support swaps, not just on our assets, but on any Solana asset. And there we partner with Jupiter and Titan to just bring you the best rate on any asset for free. On our portfolio page, you might be more familiar if you come from DeFi lending. You can see our user here was longing silver against gold with not much margin and still making 8% in the last week. We can also see all the assets we're already supporting, from stablecoins to tokenized stocks, from X stocks to backpack securities, as well as some other RWAs, and obviously Solana and Bitcoin. So let's just get started. So we simply swap into the asset we actually want to go long. And after that, we can already start with our deposit loop, as we already have a portfolio. Now we want to diversify. Let's say we want to repeat my portfolio and go long Tesla. But this time around, we also want to short the SpaceX IPO, because we think it's overvalued. With just one click in one transaction, we can increase the exposure on both sides, and this is a lot more fun than it used to be in DeFi. Also, we can do the same thing in a short loop, where we don't actually need to bring in another asset. We can just use our existing margin and simply increase our exposure however we believe in. This time around, we go long Bitcoin and short Solana. And with that, we can finally have a diversified portfolio that you hopefully never get liquidated again, and you can treat your portfolio like a hedge fund. So actually, we just launched our first season yesterday, and for the next month, you can collect XP and see what other people are trading. We invited a couple of famous traders on X, at least, to see what they think and they believe in, so they can post their beliefs so you can copy and counter them. You can then rank on our leaderboards, and this is with real assets and real P&Ls over their whole portfolio, not just some isolated perps trade. Finally, on the reward side, we put you some fun quests in there so you can explore all this good stuff DeFi now has to offer. And with that, we hope to push Solana from the leading platform already on spot trading to the leading platform in margin. And thank you so much, and I hope you give it a try.
Okay, well, Edgar, you famously have spent a lot of time early in Solana building out a prime brokerage, right? Obviously, this has been in the front of your mind for a long time. We haven't really seen anybody kind of nail the whole prime brokerage thesis yet. So, want to know why you're excited about Zodial. You said you've been talking to him. Give me some more.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of the holy grails, I think, of on-chain finance, right? Look, when you and I started in Solana, it was 2021, and the infrastructure in place was early. We've seen chapters of this ecosystem, right? We've seen chapters of the chain getting stronger. And, I think a lot of kind of these more sophisticated solutions that, all of us have been talking about and seeing for a long time just require good infrastructure to build on. Zodiel, we had a chance to chat earlier in the day today. I generally try to kind of learn what everybody's building before demo day, obviously. And I like their risk implementation. I like the pairwise approach that they're taking. I think, there's capital efficiency and risk management opportunity there. That's powerful. But I'll tell you, the other thing I really liked is their focus on real world stocks, right? I don't know if you noticed, but in the demo, right, you can see a clear emphasis on real world stocks. And I think this is, back to my thesis that crypto is in this chapter of integrating into the mainstream, finally, right? This thing we've been talking about for half a decade, at least. I think they're an important part of that. So, super excited to, so to speak, pass the torch, see somebody pushing on problems that are very dear to my heart, and excited that, we got to have Zodiel here at Demo Day today.
Absolutely. I couldn't agree also on the real world assets. I think, over the next couple of years, we will see, traditional stocks that have been tokenized. They will do more volume on chain than any of the, traditional crypto assets, right? I'm a big believer of that as we kind of push more into the mainstream and bring finance more and more on chain. And speaking of on-chain finance, another big opportunity here that has not really been solved until
another holy grail.
Another holy grail is options on chain, right? So this is Mori Finance.
Let's give it up.
Hey everyone, I'm Pavan. I'm with Mori Finance. We're bringing options to Solana. Historically on Solana, options have had a problem, liquidity. So we solved that by taking your order and going directly with the market maker. A common misconception that Edgar cleared up is that options are on Solana already. Options are not on Solana, except we brought it in June. Another common misconception about options: aren't options just worse perps? No, options are pretty awesome. With perps, if you're wrong the first time, you get liquidated. With options, you can be wrong as many times as you want, and there is no liquidation risk. You just have to be right once. Perps charge you to hold, so you have to pay that funding rate. With options, you get paid to wait. And a common yield strategy with perps is going delta neutral to farm that funding rate. But it's not easy. You have to constantly manage your position. You have to constantly rebalance your position. Whereas with the covered call, it's set it and forget it. I personally have a 7-figure Bitcoin covered call expiring in September, and I haven't checked CoinGecko at all today. Try doing that with perps. We do options in 2 ways. Right now, we're live with a yield via covered calls product on our site. And in private alpha, we have a decentralized OTC desk over the counter. So our yield via covered calls product, we walk you through it completely. And you can customize your order. And the first eye-popping thing on the screen is the yield. You can make a lot more than lending, looping. You can make as much as perps too, with no liquidation risk. Now, why do a decentralized OTC desk? We can provide options for non-major coins. We'll make the market for you on the fly. You can also come in with size with no slippage. There's no order book. So back in 2021, I was trading DAI. $50,000 on Coinbase Pro, I would get slippage. But when I went with millions on Cumberland, I got a straight quote, no slippage. we're bringing that to the masses. So the way it works in this example, if you want to do a MTNDAO put, if you want to sell a MTNDAO put, you just submit it, the market makers price it, and a quote comes back, and you just accept. And you can buy, sell calls and puts on the desk right now with MTNDAO, Grass, Jupe, Meteora, and Orca, and you can request any token. And we also allow zero-day options on these long-tail assets. And yeah. Now the team, I met my co-founder in 2017. He was super into crypto and anime, so we really connected. He grew a mobile app to 2 million daily active users, and he was interviewed in Time magazine. I had a $750 million exit, and I was an architect at Consensus. Roadmap-wise, we're really focused on the decentralized OTC desk, but we're super hyped for tokenized stocks. We want to be the first to provide options for tokenized stocks on Solana. It's the reason why we went on Solana. No one does it better than Solana. And if you want to do MTNDAO puts or calls, we're the only place in the world you can do it. There's nowhere else you can do it. If you want to do a put or call on an altcoin, we are the only place you can do it. Like, there's nowhere else you can do it. If you have a treasury and you want to generate yield without having to manage a liquidation risk, contact us, pavan@mori.finance. Thank you.
All right. I'm the risk guy, you're the trading guy. You've been deep in perps, you've been deep in derivatives more broadly on Solana. You've seen the, chapters of history that the chain has gone through on that front. Tell me your thoughts on Mori Finance. Are we finally going to see options on Solana?
I am definitely excited about the opportunity for there to be options on Solana. I think that they are, generally very capitally efficient. The, asymmetric opportunity that comes with options, the, premiums that you have to pay. I think it is for people that are, very sophisticated traders or funds, these types of vehicles will drive a lot of volume and create a lot of liquidity, right? It also will help, you would hope, stabilize a lot of the price. The more trading activity, the more liquidity, a lot of that can help reduce the volatility of some of these tokens and increase their liquidity, right? So definitely excited to see, somebody tackling options, and their team backgrounds look pretty strong.
Pretty interesting. And, not a lot of people know this about you, but you were in ag tech before crypto. And agriculture, right? One of the major real world use cases for hedging. Options, obviously a critical primitive for that kind of hedging, right? So I feel like, I'm going to keep harping on this. Crypto is finally entering the mainstream. We are primed for real world use cases. And I look forward to Mori being a critical piece of infrastructure there.
Yeah, definitely looking forward to it.
All right, I love it. Let's keep going with DeFi and capital markets. Give it up for Joyride.
Thanks, it's great to be here. I'm Micah, founder of Joyride. Really enjoyed MTNDAO this week. Excited to tell you guys what we're up to. First, I want to show you Solana price chart from this week. This is just a couple of days ago. We had a really good day. We're up almost 6% on Solana. But compare that to a Solana call option. This is not a meme coin chart, believe it or not. This is a high quality, proven instrument with Solana backing it and built-in leverage. It did almost 5x in one day, and it did that with no risk of getting rugged. This is a zero-day option, which is what we are focused on. Now, you might be asking me, or you might be thinking, well, why not perps? We've got perps. We have leverage instruments that you can go absolutely crazy with. You can crank up the leverage as high as you want. Well, if you wanted to get a 5x return in a day when Solana's up 6%, you would have to have 90x leverage on that position. And I think you can guess what happens if you try to do that. With just 70x leverage, you would have been liquidated on Wednesday, a day that Solana pumped 6%. You not only would have missed the opportunity, but you would have been liquidated. You don't have that issue with options. And you're probably, we like to talk about options. We like to talk how they drive $3.5 trillion per day of notional volume in the US markets alone. And 2/3 of that is zero-day options. And you're thinking, well, sure, but they're super complicated. I got to learn, several weeks learning the Greeks and what is convexity, what is implied volatility. Why now? Why are options finally going to have their moment after, almost a decade of people trying to do options on every imaginable chain? What's changed now is the advent of copilots and agentic trading. So if you come to Joyride, you come with an opinion. You say that I think Bitcoin is going to be flat today. I don't think there's not going to be any action. What's the opportunity for me to trade? Well, options give you that opportunity. If you think that Trump's going to tweet something crazy, I don't know which way Bitcoin's going to go. It might go up, it might go down. I just expect volatility. You come here, you just click a button, and the copilot helps you execute that trade. We're permabulls, so we're going to say that Bitcoin's going up today. It's going to have a reversal from its current price action. And so we just express that opinion on the copilot. It comes back with a recommended trade. It helps you make sense in just a minute of what are the, all the different fancy strategies that I can do with options. And then, you get the prices either from our central limit order book or from our RFQ desk. RFQ desk has on-chain execution on Solana, and we have self-custody on both market structures. So once you get the you get the price, and you can execute that trade immediately from the copilot. I mentioned we have the order book. So if you're familiar with options, you come here, you see the options chain as we call it, and you can execute those trades just like you would on any perps exchange. Because an option is an instrument that you can trade just like anything else. So you come here and you trade it just like you would a perp or just like spot trading. And then I mentioned the RFQ desk, which we have all of this live on mainnet now. We're in closed alpha, and we're rolling it out to traders just a handful at a time. So go to joyride.exchange, and you can be in on the ground floor. We're backed by Super Team Black, and we've raised 1.7 million. And our team, it's a group of veterans that have been building on EVM for almost a decade. And we're excited to finally make options work, and excited to be doing it on Solana.
All right, back to back on the options.
Back to back.
Which is great. I think that with options, you are going to have a number of different strategies. Obviously, Joyride here focusing on 0 days, which I think is good. Again, I think that there's a lot of times where taking directional positions is not necessarily the right move. And I think that, sophisticated funding rate arb is outside the reach of a lot of people. Having this nice copilot, to help design some easier strategies, I think is good. Leans on a lot of AI. How do you think that, this type of application will be, received by, retail?
Yeah. Well, first of all, I'm disappointed you didn't make an options with options joke, We've got options.
CDOs on CDOs.
Options. That took a couple tries to get laughs out of. Tough crowd here. Okay, so I love this. I love this because I think what Joyride does is it hits on the consumer opportunity here, right? Options are incredibly complicated, right? The Greeks are complicated. The underlying fundamentals there. The copilot kind of era that we've entered is an unprecedented opportunity to translate real world kind of perspectives that people have into execution with these financial instruments, right? I mean, we're seeing prediction markets take off because they are interpretable, and for options to take off, they need to be interpretable too. So that I think is Joyride's biggest advantage.
Speaking of traditional financial instruments becoming on-chain. Avo V3 with index funds.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Morgan, and I'm the lead architecture engineer at Avo. I'm responsible for Avo V3. Avo V3 is 3 things at once: the mobile app, Miles, and the open agent surface, all of which are completely self-custodial and Web 2 native by design. With V3, users simply sign in, fund their account natively with Apple Pay, and deposit into one of our markets. Nothing in that sentence sounds like crypto, and all of it's self-custodial. V3 offers 3 primary market types: indexes, which are standardized and deterministic asset baskets which cover individual sectors; managed portfolios, a fund managed by an individual or team containing a variety of asset classes. Finally, agentic portfolios. These portfolios are managed by an agent over the Avo MCP and gain a rating over time, expressing their risk profile, return history, and other key factors for determining trust. Avo started with Solana assets, and that's still the liquid core. Underneath that, we list long-tail tokens, but only after they clear a liquidity screen, because a strategy that can't exit is barely a strategy. Tokenized equities is the major addition. These real-world assets sit in a market next to the crypto ones with the same deposit, one signature, same shared ledger. You don't need a brokerage account, and on our side, an RWA is handled just like any other asset. V3 makes it possible to list RWAs without jumping through compliance hoops or building your own architecture. Markets in V3 are as easy to interact with as possible. Simply deposit USDC and watch your money grow via our on-chain nav charting. A primary invariant for designing V3 was full user custody. Meaning even if Avo is down, you can still access your funds. When you deposit, your money joins the market's pool. What you get back is shares, recorded on-chain in your name. Your claim is your shares against the total. The agent or manager has exactly one power: to swap the assets inside the pool. It has no authority to move funds out. We promise not to. The program will not allow it. The withdrawal path runs only to you, at current NAV, whenever you want, without ever asking permission. In the end, you get someone else's strategy without handing over any of your own money. Avo Mobile is the next step in adoption for both Solana and Avo. Mirroring the single sign-on pattern from our web app, users can sign in, fund their account, and deposit into markets without ever touching a wallet or any crypto. Built directly into our mobile app, Miles makes investing as easy as possible. He interviews you to get a handle on how you want to invest, then makes recommendations accordingly. He also checks up every so often to make sure your investment is still in the right place, and if he spots new opportunity elsewhere, will notify you of the move. He also makes it as, we've also made it as easy as possible to integrate with Avo as a developer. The API and SDK allow you to both manage your holdings and act as a market maker managing an index or agentic portfolio. When a manager starts a rebalance, DFlow, Titan, and Jupyter race to fill the best quote. Our rebalance orchestrator picks the best one and moves to the next asset. Our asset pool model enables lower fees for both users and market makers without compromising on custody. We'll be rolling out our managed portfolio UI to select individuals at a time, starting with an invite-only beta, then an Avo token whale closed beta, then finally releasing it to the public. Avo V3 is planned for release in Q4 of 2026, with all 3 major surfaces shipping at once. Follow on Twitter at avo.so, or stay tuned in the app at app.avo.so. Thank you all very much for your time.
All right. I feel like I want to talk about Miles, but I want to hear your takes on the index fund kind of proposition first, and then maybe let's chat about the AI assistant, because we've seen a number of kind of fund management helpers here. And I think that's, like we mentioned, a really exciting kind of part of the evolution we're seeing in software here.
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the most straightforward traditional assets is the index fund, right? You don't really see a lot of them on chain. I remember I launched one called the Solana P500 back in like 2021.
Yeah, you did.
And so it's really I think that index funds are a great way to diversify a portfolio, diversify risk, and so they haven't really taken off in crypto, for a number of different reasons. But I'm definitely excited to see somebody tackle it in a new light, right? I think having index funds that are kind of standard managed portfolios where you can effectively have your capital managed by somebody else, or the kind of new wave, right, which is using agents to manage those, right? Again, we've gone back on this point over and over throughout the day, where agents are really good at culminating in moving through just tons of information. Yeah. And in a world where on-chain finance doesn't stop, right? The markets are 24/7. You aren't up. That agent can be, right? And it can manage and rebalance when international news happens, right? And I think that that's something that's really cool. I also love the mobile app play. I think that finance is moving more and more onto your phone. That's a lot of ways how people just interact with the internet today. It's very native in the consumer experience. So definitely excited about Avo.
Yeah, my argument for the we've talked about again the crypto chapter that we're in now is moving into the mainstream, right? And I think index funds are a major part of that. You're going from one-off ad hoc speculation, where you're chasing individual tokens or what have you, to saying, okay, how do I manage my actual entire financial portfolio on chain? And that includes these types of aggregate products. So I think a very, very timely product with where the market is at. All right. Speaking of agents, speaking of data, longtime Mountain Dower, let's hear from Jack at Pine Analytics.
Hey, I'm Jack, one of the 3 co-founders of Pine Analytics, and we're building a tool to do on-chain analytics for Solana. I've been a data analyst for about 5 years in crypto. There's a lot of tools out there, a lot of them great, but none of them have the breadth, depth, and context of kind of data that I was looking for. So we decided to ingest every transaction on the Solana blockchain, add a ton of labels to them so that we can really understand what's happening, and then let users interact with that data in 3 different ways. Exploration through our dashboards, prompting through our MCP, and alerting that goes to the dashboards and the MCP. So I'll dive into the dashboard product first. So this right here is an example Umbra dashboard. Umbra is like a privacy pool on Solana. So say you wanted to know what's happening on Umbra, you come to our dashboard here, you see, all right, these are the deposits by tokens over time. These are the inflows and outflows into the privacy pools. And then if you slide down here, you can see, all right, if I withdraw from one of these privacy pools, how private is one of my withdrawals? So looking at this dashboard, you can kind of just understand what is happening with this privacy pool product. And say you're an investor in Umbra and you want to know maybe, all right, how much money is sitting in their treasury and how fast are they spending that money? You can kind of just go and look on this part of the dashboard. So we have many dashboards like this, and we're building out more and more over time. So this is just one of them. So now I'll move over to our prompting. So for example, JTX, there was a lot of hype about their front-end dashboard and or their front-end execution. And so I wanted to know what's happening. I looked all over the place, couldn't find any data about how the front end was being used. So I popped into our tool. This is my wallet. This is the JTX prompts, like what's happening with their front end. So what our tool outputted was, all right, look, this is the users over time. Doesn't look too good. Couple days, and then it just drawed off, and 134 users for a massive platform. We look at, this is at logs, still not that great. The volume looks a little bit better, but for a platform with as much hype as they had, not really too great. You look at the user breakdown, there's like 71 users that did over $100,000 worth of volume and about 150 users that have been active for more than 15 days. So overall, for the hype that this project had, it was pretty lackluster and you couldn't find this data anywhere. If you look at the price of the Jito token priced against Sol, it's down 34% since this product launched. If you were able to kind of just go and ask your Claude what was happening, you could have, if you were holding Jito, you could have avoided this opportunity cost, or you could have shorted it yourself. Another pretty popular protocol on Solana is cards right now. And so I was curious, all right, like a lot of people are building front end for cards, but like which front ends are actually being used? So I asked that to our AI. What it output showed that the collector crypt front end actually does 3/4 of the volume. Jupyter comes kind of in a close second, and then Solfair and Slabs come in a far third and fourth. And then it also showed me, all right, well, like what's the breakdown of users on these front ends? And you could see on the collector crypt side, all the whale transactions happen. Some of the whales are using Jupyter, but then all the other ones are just used by minnows. So if you kind of wanted to know how this like gambling volume is being routed, you just ask the question, get the answer. And then this is kind of goes to the alerting side right here. But earlier this week, Humidify, which is one of the largest prop AMMs, just shut off. And if you had our alerts within about 45 minutes of that being on, it would have gone crazy. And if you were specifically looking at Humidify, it would have been much earlier where you would have got notified. And then this is the price of the wet token, which is Humidify's token, graphed against when their DEX turned off. And if you got the alerts, you would have known to either, if you had a position, exit your position, or if you could have, I don't know if they have perps, but if they have perps, you could have shorted wet and kind of made some benefit from that with kind of using our alerts. And that's all. Well, that's kind of how you can use our tools. And if you kind of want to follow us to see insights that we put out daily about what's happening on Solana, or follow us for our product release in Q4 of this year, follow us at Pine Analytics.
Boy, oh boy.
You know what I love about Jack and Pine? He's incredibly direct. He tells it like it is. They're an independent team. And I mean, that is like the foundation for what you would want from an analytics platform.
Yeah, I have been following along. I mean, since Jack came to MTNDAO the first time, I love the research they put out. There's no sugarcoating it. It's all on chain. It's there. He tells it how it is, right? And I think that having people like that willing to put reputation on the line and publish data that isn't necessarily favorable all the time. Even though he is a bull of Solana, right? He's been here through multiple cycles. I think that that's important. It helps build trust in the ecosystem and accountability.
I mean, Jack's here every month. He's here every day. I don't know if I've been in the office without the Pine Analytics team here, right? Incredibly dedicated, incredibly long-standing part of the MTNDAO community, of the Solana community. And look, if we don't have our data, we don't have anything here. All right, I am excited to hear what Sava has for us today. We've got 100 GPUs on the screen, incredibly timely topic on so many fronts. Let's hear from Wolf Software.
Hello, everyone. How are you? Fine, thank you. Imagine you own 100 GPUs and you want to scale your data center into 300 GPUs. How do you do that? You got to get the missing 200 GPUs, right? Where you get the money? That's the real question. You have 3 options, 3 doors. Door number 1, sell the GPUs that you have. Congrats, you're out of business. Door number 2, go to the bank. The bank loans are slow and prices of banks are scared of the GPUs, which they are. Door number 3, you can keep the cards, sell the future revenue. This is actually the solution that everybody wants. How does that work, though, you ask me? What the hell does that mean? Sell the future revenue? What? I'm going to tell you. Let's take your 100 GPUs. Let's say they produce 10 grand a month for 3 years. That's 360K total. You put that money into the vault, that money gone, okay? But you take 330K in cash today and use that money to buy the 200 GPUs that you're missing. Congrats, you have 300 GPU fleet. But somebody had to put the money into the vault in the first place, right? The vault is actually a little bit complicated. We split the vault into 2 parts. These 2 parts are called tranches. We do that to create 2 different risk profiles for different kinds of investors, right? These tranches are called senior and junior. Senior is the safer one. It's the one that gets paid first, back to the investors, paid first at a capped return. Right, so in traditional deals, this is the piece that earns AAA rating, which means it's super safe. The junior slice is paid less, uncapped and loses first. Basically, this is a leveraged long on GPU revenue that cannot get liquidated, basically. So again, we do this to create two different risk profiles that attract two different kinds of investors. Ones who want something stable and capped, the other one who wants high yield, high risk, high reward. So to make sure we understand the payout, let's model it year by year. In a good year, senior slice gets their 6%, it's capped. The junior gets the rest, which in this case turned out to be 86%, which is great. In the soft year, senior still gets their 6%, junior takes a little hit. In the bad year, junior absorbs all of the loss, right? This is called securitization. We just learned a new term. Basically, we take what data centers earn through renting out GPUs, slice it in pieces, and put it on chain. Data center debt already gets AAA rating, meaning it's very safe. And billions of dollars are pouring into it, but the structure for it doesn't exist. In the past 6 years, data center securitization went from $4 to $61 billion. Also, literally 2 weeks ago, NVIDIA signed with 6 of the largest asset managers on Earth to mobilize $500 billion into AI compute, right? But nobody has ever sliced GPU revenue into tranches until now. There's 3 people that need this, right? We have the operators who cut the cost of capital by 4%, which is great, cheaper money. The institution gets the product that they want but never had. And the believer, usually the operator, takes the junior slice, right? Another great thing institutions, oh, sorry, I skipped the slide. The demand is here. The operators need the money to scale, they want to scale. The money is here too, but they have never met before because the investors didn't like the risk profiles that existed before. Until now, this fixes everything. The investors get the product that lets them invest in GPU revenue, and operators lose first, investors lose only after the operator loses. Another thing institutions care about, cash you post as margin earns you nothing, it's dead money. This lets you get 6% and you can use it as collateral on chain. This is basically it. We're with software, we're DeFi builders, lending, vaults, tokenization, stablecoins, that's our bread and butter. We've been doing this for years. We've been the core dev team behind Compound Finance, which is the largest, one of the largest, I'm sorry, EVM lending protocols. Tranching isn't new for us either. We've built Mezzanine, which is a multi-tranche credit vault, already shipped. And yeah, if you want to talk, you can see my socials on the screen. I'm happy to connect with everyone, and thank you very much. Love you.
All right. This one's really interesting. I think that we have seen a ton of interesting financing kind of take place in traditional markets, right? We have seen the absolute blitz scale that we are trying to go on building data centers. We're seeing the tightening of private credit as liquidity gets stretched to the absolute maximum. How about this new option, right? What do you think about the tranching? How do you think that this kind of plays in with kind of like traditional physical infrastructure financing?
Yeah, I mean, I think no one can build data centers fast enough right now, and it's not even close, right? Maximizing financing options and pulling as much liquidity towards this as possible, I think is, the most important kind of piece of the puzzle. So, to me, this is obviously, a number of kind of pieces of the structure are, follow traditional securitization. I think that's a good thing, right? I'm pattern matching towards successful historical architectures, and it's focused on an absolutely critical topic.
I couldn't agree more. As in the world of the AI race, the new space race, the reindustrialization, I think creative ways to help build more data centers, maybe micro data centers, right? I think that this is something that's really interesting. So I'm definitely looking forward to see more from Wolf. And speaking of data centers, intelligence, we have Gabe from Plot.
My name's Gabe. I'm the founder of Plot. So Plot is a AI social intelligence platform. It helps you find who matters, understand what's working, and turn that into content and distribution. So today, social teams use too many disconnected tools. Discovery, analytics, content, and publishing all happen in different places. With Plot, I can ask, find me the best AI news pages over 100K followers. Plot finds them and ranks them by actual performance, not just follower count. Then I can connect my own Instagram or X account and simply ask, show me my insights. Plot explains what's working, what isn't, and why. Every search makes Plot smarter. Pages, creators, posts, and performance data built on proprietary corpus that improves our benchmarks and answers over time. Then Plot turns that intelligence into content. Instead of starting from a blank prompt, it starts from content and formats that already prove they can perform. And this all happens in one conversation. Find pages, find KOLs, analyze your account, create content, and publish it. Plot can also plug directly into Claude Code and Codex and other AI agents through MCP, so other agents can use Plot as their social intelligence layer. We're building this for the people actually running social accounts every day. The goal is simple: help them move faster, make better content, and consistently outperform their niche. Plot helps you know who matters, what's working, and what to do next. So, thank you very much.
All right. You ever try to grow on social media, Barrett?
It's fucking hard.
It's hard. I mean, critical part for any founder today, right? Any founder, any product, obviously distribution is, the game, right? I've watched Gabe build. He's deeply integrated into the algorithm. He's, him and the team are deep on Instagram, on TikTok. They're seeing the trends that are relevant, and they're seeing how quickly they change. And what I love about Plot, I think I've seen, an endless number of like these, social media analytics tools, right? Like, oh, here, we'll give you numbers on how things went, right? X can do that. That's not really helpful, right? I kind of look at it and I go, okay, now I don't know what to do with it. Plot actually turns that into action, not just recommendations, but actual content, right? And I find myself stuck on content creation all the time. So I absolutely love it. Gabe and Plot are a great transition for us. We're actually at the end of track number 2 here at MTNDAO X Demo Day. We're going to go to another 30-minute break, our final 30-minute break of the day, and then round up Demo Day with our third track, trading and social. We'll see you guys back here in 30 minutes.
This is my third time.
This is my first 6 or 7
third
time.
I've been to all the versions of MTNDAO. I just do this nowadays.
Oh, hi, Ava. People want to be here because people are focused trying to build real projects, companies, cool shit with their friends.
then just seeing more and more people come in, the office fill up, and seeing MTNDAO rise to like what it is every month.
It's kind of like a cheat code to be here. Whoa, is this MTNDAO?
This is my first MTNDAO. Been really great so far.
First time was with my boys. Second time is with my boys as well.
Things work a lot better when we're collaborating and we're meeting others. And I think there's a lot of great opportunities here to meet other potential co-founders or maybe employees or just other people that, maybe we could form partnerships or, just be involved together. So
this is my fourth MTNDAO. There's a lot of space for everybody to spread out. You can still work with your friends and your partners, which is great.
Getting a chance to meet everybody and,
push-ups. I did 24. But I'm not lying. I did 24. I'm telling you. Why are you looking at me like that? I'm telling you, I did 24 push-ups. You don't have any footage. Me and Fluffy were ABCD, a blockchain DAO, baby. He's a cool guy. He's the fluffiest guy I've ever met, actually. I love him. I think he loves me, but he might be pretending just because I'm like cool. Probably met him like 2 weeks ago.
I've been building on Solana since 2020, and I feel like despite having been involved for so long and being there every step of the way, I was sort of isolated in my own bubble.
Being able to be in person, work next to a whiteboard, and see what other people are building in real time is really helpful to gauge what the meta is and what types of apps are popping off.
It's really great to get more tied into, the whole ecosystem.
These beanbags are the best thing that ever happened to MTNDAO.
I think I fell asleep a couple of times instead of being productive on them.
You know the feeling of your mommy hugging you and you're like just melt in her arms and you're like, oh my God, this is the best time of my life.
I borrowed a robotic arm from Edgar and Barrett they're using for actual work, and I decided to make a hand tracking app where you can move your hand and it controls the arm in real time.
It's a really life-changing experience.
The best memories stay here, and they come from here.
Oh yeah!
It's hot dog time.
Builder community, just everyone around here, it's just been an incredible experience. I think just everything, the lunch, the activities, MTNDAO, it's nerds plus some chillers as well.
The people who stick around in the bear market are the people who are gonna have a very deep connection later on, or they're like the backbone of the ecosystem. They're not gone. They don't stay here because of the token price, but usually they stay here because they're building something that they're convinced of.
The people that are sitting next to me, they're not even developers, but they can develop a lot of Web3 software using AI. So it's like we're kind of at this weird intersection where, you have non-devs now becoming devs. And, I learned a lot from the non-devs because they're prompting or doing things with AI that I didn't even know that you could do.
The MTNDAOs that I went to before were so valuable to me that it just felt natural to give something back. Like all the people I met here, all the connections we made, we got new clients, but also new friends, and it was all free, which is pretty crazy.
I don't think I've met any person who's just working on like a singular project. I think there's a lot of people bouncing around and doing just multiple things at once, which is like the beauty of MTNDAO.
They see you building something and they pitch in and suddenly you're making a new connection with someone. That happens all the time here, yeah.
I want MTNDAO to continue for 1,000 years, 10,000 years, 1,000,000 years, whatever, but it has to go on for a long time.
MTNDAO is like one of the hearts of Solana. Anyone that's building anything, anyone that's been here for a long time, anyone that really cares about the ecosystem takes time to show up to MTNDAO.
From the beginning of this year, we were working in my dorm back in the university.
At the time, he introduced me, yo, we should apply that. Take a look, you can like give us workspace, we can work together like 24/7. I'm like, sure, let's do that. And that's the great thing that MTNDAO provides us. Like, we can sit down together, face to face, make sure that's done before we ever move on.
And like having a good mind also next to us could help us.
I feel like, yeah, everyone just kind of like us is really just starting the project. But later on, after I talk, wait, those guys are big boss.
There's just something so rewarding around being a bunch of like-minded individuals that are working on different things. It's very inspiring.
This is the right time for us to be here and build for the Web3.
I learned a lot from not just Web3, also how to improve my workflow with AI.
It's nice to just see some friends that you've gotten to know that come continually to MTNDAO over and over again. I don't know, I'd just call it, it's like my home away from home.
Yo, bro. You know that's just a game, right?
This is my third time.
This is my first 6 or 7
third
times.
time. I've been to all the versions of MTNDAO. I just do this nowadays.
Oh, hi, Ava.
People want to be here because people are focused trying to build real projects, companies, cool shit with their friends.
Then just seeing more and more people come in, the office fill up, and seeing MTNDAO rise to like what it is every month.
It's kind of like a cheat code to be here. Whoa, is this MTNDAO?
This is my first MTNDAO. Been really great so far.
First time was with my boys. Second time is with my boys as well.
Things work a lot better when we're collaborating and we're meeting others. And I think there's a lot of great opportunities here to meet other potential co-founders or maybe employees or just other people that, maybe we could form partnerships or, just be involved together. So
This is my fourth MTNDAO. There's a lot of space for everybody to spread out. You can still work with your friends and your partners, which is great.
Getting a chance to meet everybody and,
Push-ups. I did 24, but I'm not lying. I did 24. I'm telling you. Why are you looking at me like that? I'm telling you I did 24 push-ups. You don't have any footage. Me and Fluffy were A blockchain DAO, baby. He's a cool guy. He's the fluffiest guy I've ever met, actually. I love him. I think he loves me, but he might be pretending just because I'm like, cool. Probably met him like 2 weeks ago.
I've been building on Solana since 2020, and I feel like despite having been involved for so long and being there every step of the way, I was sort of isolated in my own bubble.
Being able to be in person, work next to a whiteboard, and see what other people are building in real time is really helpful to gauge what the meta is and what types of apps are popping off.
It's really great to get more tied into, the whole ecosystem.
These beanbags are the best thing that ever happened to MTNDAO.
I think I fell asleep a couple times instead of being productive on them.
You know the feeling of your mommy hugging you and you're like just melt in her arms and you're like, oh my God, this is the best time of my life.
I borrowed a robotic arm from Edgar & Barrett they're using for actual work, and I decided to make a hand tracking app where you can move your hand and it controls the arm in real time.
It's a really life-changing experience.
The best memories stay here, and they come from here.
Oh yeah!
It's hot dog time.
Builder community, just everyone around here, it's just been an incredible experience. I think just everything, the lunch, the activities, MTNDAO, it's nerds plus some chillers as well.
The people who stick around in the bear market are the people who are gonna have a very deep connection later on, or they're like the backbone of the ecosystem. They're not gone. They don't stay here because of the token price, but usually they stay here because they're building something that they're convinced of.
The people that are sitting next to me, they're not even developers, but they can develop a lot of Web3 software using AI. So it's like we're kind of at this weird intersection where, you have non-devs now becoming devs. And, I learned a lot from the non-devs because they're prompting or doing things with AI that I didn't even know that you could do.
The Mountain DAOs that I went to before were so valuable to me that it just felt natural to give something back. Like all the people I met here, all the connections we made, we got new clients, but also new friends, and it was all free, which is pretty crazy.
I don't think I've met any person who's just working on a singular project. I think there's a lot of people bouncing around and doing just multiple things at once, which is the beauty of Mountain DAO.
They see you building something and they pitch in and suddenly you're making a new connection with someone. That happens all the time here, yeah.
I want Mountain DAO to continue for 1,000 years, 10,000 years, 1,000,000 years, whatever, but it has to go on for a long time.
Mountain DAO is one of the hearts of Solana. Anyone that's building anything, anyone that's been here for a long time, anyone that really cares about the ecosystem takes time to show up to Mountain DAO.
From the beginning of this year, we were working in my dorm back in the university.
At the time, he introduced me, we should apply that. Take a look, you can give us workspace, we can work together 24/7. I'm like, sure, let's do that. And that's the great thing that Mountain DAO provides us. We can sit down together, face to face, make sure that's done before we ever move on.
And having a good minds also next to us could help us.
I feel everyone's just kind of like us. It's really just starting the project. But later on, after I talk, wait, those guys are big boss.
There's just something so rewarding around being a bunch of like-minded individuals that are working on different things. It's very inspiring.
This is the right time for us to be here and build for the Web3.
I learned a lot from not just Web3, also how to improve my workflow with AI.
It's nice to just see some friends that you've gotten to know that come continually to Mountain DAO over and over again. I don't know, I'd just call it's like my home away from home.
Yo, bro. You know that's just a game, right?
All right. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. MTNDAO X Demo Day Part 3. We are about to enter our third track of the day. It's been an absolutely, nonstop day. You know, I was telling Barrett earlier, somehow this demo day is even better than February's demo day. Absolute energy, 25 teams today, 3 tracks like I mentioned. We've seen infra, agents, and frontier tech. We've seen DeFi and capital markets. We have trading and social, our consumer track, coming up next. Barrett, before we kick off with our first presenter of this track, give me your take. How has the day been for you?
It's been great. I think that this time around from February, it's been a big step up in the people that are actually presenting. I think that there's a lot more polished projects. It's been very exciting to see the types of things that are people working on, the level of ambition that these teams are trying to tackle. I think the transition from more of like a side project hustle from the last version of our demo day to this one is I think pretty night and day. And I think the audience and people here would also agree.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I don't know. What do you think? Is it driven by, the speed up that AI native development gets you? Is it, the intensity that building in this kind of market brings? What do you think is driving that?
Yeah, I think I would kind of break it down to a couple points, right? I think we've been in like a down part of the market. Your tourists are gone, right? The people that are here really do believe in what they're doing, right? Otherwise, there's like no reason to be building when there's as much despair as there is. And so these people are really dedicated to what they're working on. And then I definitely think that, the rise of, AI, LLMs, agents, right, has really been able to enable faster development, younger teams, less people, right? So they need less funding to get to something that's actually impactful.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, I mean, it's I don't know. I feel like it'll never get old to watch, right? Spending all month with these guys, 7 days a week here, long nights. And for me, demo day is just kind of like seeing it all come together. And it's precious. All right. Speaking of longtime MTNDAO guy, deeply integrated into the ecosystem. This man needs no introduction. Is built through every market you can imagine. Let's give it up for Michael from Hummingbot.
Thank you, Edgar. Really happy to be here. It's my 4th MTNDAO, and I come here for the mountains, but also really for the community. So as I mentioned, my name is Mike. 7 years ago, I started an open source project called Hummingbot. Hummingbot is a framework. It's free software you download from GitHub. But what it does for you is integrates to many different exchanges, both centralized and decentralized. And so in the past couple of years, our community has traded over $55 billion in volume across 300 different exchanges. Is used by individual algo traders, market makers, and even the exchanges themselves who need liquidity and market making for their own platform. But even though we connect to all these different exchanges, personally, my heart has always been in the Solana ecosystem. And the reason is because I trade myself, I'm a liquidity provider, and I like doing that for new coins, memes, ownership coins, new protocols, whatever. Because for me, I'm a startup founder at heart. So that's why today I'm really pleased to announce that what we're doing next in Hummingbot is a new protocol on Solana. It's called a liquidity protocol. What is a liquidity protocol? Well, I just made up that phrase, but I think it solves a real problem in the Solana ecosystem, which is for all the dreamers and founders out there, getting access to liquidity is really challenging. Whether you're a new coin launching on Pump, a new prediction market, a new conditional market, a new options protocol, it's hard to attract the market makers out there who tend to be HFT trading firms like Wintergreen and Jump. They're just too big, and they typically only serve like things with a fixed price already traded on Binance. But as we all know, many of the things that we're creating here at MTNDAO and in Solana, it's new. They're new for the first time. So what we're doing with Secondor, it's a platform that connects liquidity providers, the long-tailed liquidity providers, the same folks who've been using Hummingbot for years, with the people who really need liquidity. So let me give a quick demo, and I'll show you how it works. So Condor is actually built on top of an open source AI harness that we've been maintaining and we've been building at Hummingbot for the past few months. The regular open source version, you have to supply your own models, your RPCs, your own data. But this version will be a hosted version where we do all of that. All you have to do is connect your wallet, and you're off running. So, and you can see your portfolio. This is actually my personal portfolio on Solana. And so you can see I trade a lot of coins, but I also LP into many different positions. So I have like positions on Meteora, Orca, Radium, even some meme coins that are probably now dead. But what we're trying to do with Condor is give you a one-stop platform where you can LP and trade everything. So for example, I can go to my Meteor position here and manage that position either through the UI or agentically by having the agent do it for me. I can also research other pools, like let's say look at other meta pools, find out what trading pools there are and explore other ones and try to find other new pools to LP into. So we're hoping this just gives traders a really easy way for them to manage their portfolios and eventually also automate that with trading agents as well. And then on the other side, we hope that by running campaigns, those who really need liquidity will be able to incentivize liquidity from the market and crowdsource it instead of having to hire a market maker. So who's going to incentivize the campaign? Well, if you're a token issuer like Meta, you can create a campaign and reward people who are trading on Meteora, let's say, for Meta, like this. And each campaign is a fixed budget where the rewards are allocated on a 7-day window to providers in certain markets. This is all on-chain, so we track the volume in each position. But you can also deploy, we can also track wallets. So in this campaign, any wallet that deploys coins, all those coins are rewarded from a wallet as well. So this is like a pump.fund deployer. And then finally, if you want to kind of truly track the impact of the money you're spending on liquidity, we'll have a monitoring service where you can monitor liquidity for all your tokens, for your token across the blockchain, across Solana, and on Sexes and on Ethereum. You can track that liquidity over time and really measure the impact of your spend. So overall, what we're hoping with Condor is it's going to connect a long tail of liquidity providers with a long tail of liquidity seekers. So the website's live at condor.so. So you guys already joined the waitlist. We'll have a beta launching pretty soon. Thanks.
Wow, okay. I didn't know that Hummingbot was launching a product today, I'll confess. Okay, maybe I got a sneak peek, but super, super exciting. I think obviously Hummingbot has had some pretty exciting traction. Their open source harness, I would say was early to the harness wave. It's been around for a while. What do you think, Barrett? The liquidity protocol coming around, this focus on kind of long tail assets, obviously some challenges for implementation there. Give me your thoughts.
Yeah, I think that stuff like this is greatly needed in an ecosystem. Not everybody is going to be able to pay or get market makers, like he mentioned, Jump or Wintermute, GSR, et cetera, right, out of the gate. A lot of these are going to be, young, very young. I think that the capital formation in crypto often is super early in the life cycle when tokens come out. And so you need the ability for your communities, your early users, early adopters to be able, or just, traders around the ecosystem to be able to, provide liquidity in a much more automated way, right? I don't know, if you've ever tried to LP and manage these sorts of pools, right? It takes the only real way to do it is programmatically, right? And having effectively a one-click shop to come in and deploy a strategy, support ecosystem coins, make money. I think that is something that's going to be like really crucial and help a lot of these companies go from, you know, early stage capital formation projects to something that can have, you know, real liquidity, and people aren't, you know, full clipping the stack at you know, $1,000 and ruining a chart, right? Because so much of token price or token, you know, price action is like generally related to the success of the company. And when you can help prevent those like major swings, I think overall it's very beneficial to those individual companies and then therefore like the ecosystem at large.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I love what you mentioned about, you know, young capital formation. Our narrative today has been crypto going mainstream, right? So much of that. And I think, you know, if I were to set a narrative for the consumer track, it would be building for the people, right? It would be, you know, really solving for retail, for early stage, you know, in that kind of very broad, obviously, like mainstream bucket. Our next team, directly in line with that, let's give it up for Zach from Trading Boy.
How's it going, guys? This is Trading Boy, your personal AI trading companion. It helps new traders learn by experimenting, and it helps experienced traders test and validate strategies before putting real money at risk. Most trading tools are built to help people act faster, not to understand better. Education often arrives after money has already been lost, while every interface is getting better at getting your attention and extracting money. We believe that understanding should come first. There's two ways to grow. For a new trader, Trading Boy is a place to learn through experiments and build confidence with simulated capital. For intermediate traders, it's a strategy lab for pressure testing with rules, assumptions, and risk controls. We believe that signals alone are not enough. A signal might tell someone what to do, but it rarely teaches them why. Trading Boy creates a safer path from curiosity to disciplined practice. Test the idea, inspect every decision, and learn from the evidence. Practice builds understanding. Research on market simulation paired with instruction found an improvement of roughly 15 to 17 percentile points in investment knowledge. It does not prove that this makes trading profits, but it supports the idea that people learn more when education is connected with decisions and that they actually make. Trading Boy allows you to actually see the thinking. It makes the process visible. The user understands tests, follows the analysis and decisions, and keeps the evidence needed to review what happened afterwards. We built our own personal agent runtime. The agent runtime every cycle decides through 3 different stages: scan, analysis, and decide. The outcome can be trade, wait, or pass. The runtime does not need to manufacture activity. You can say no, and a lot of times it does. The first project part of our agent runtime is a scan. The scan filters through watch lists, market data, active signals, and broader conditions. Strong ideas move forward with a clear reason. If nothing qualifies, the process stops. Then they move to analysis. Analysis builds the strongest case for an idea and the strongest case against it. The results in this thesis with confidence, conditions, and a clear way to prove it wrong. We believe that the bull case and bear case helps the agents not become like sycophantic, which is a problem. Then it moves to decide. Decide turns that thesis into a complete plan. Direction, position size, stop loss, and take profits. This converts an interesting opinion into a testable experiment. We built in a more like Web 2-centric risk engine that's not reliant on the LLM. Before every entry, the risk engine checks position size, portfolio exposure, daily loss, daily trade limits. And then after every entry stops and targets, they monitor the activity. If one rule fails, the plan is blocked. One good thing for most traders to do is journal. We do that for the agents. Every decision leaves evidence. The journal preserves what an agent decided, why it acted, what limits applied, and what happened next. It records the decision, not just the trade. After every trade is completed, we have a learning engine. The learning engine compares the plan with the outcome, surfaces recurring behavior, and helps form the next questions. The goal is not to repeat every winner, it is to understand which behaviors are worth repeating. Every trade becomes a lesson. Instead of following signal, understand why. Instead of guessing, test the idea. Instead of treating each result as isolated, learn what is worth repeating. Trading Boy does not promise the right decision. It helps people make better decisions in the long run. The one idea challenge. Bring one idea you want to test. Watch the decisions, compare the evidence, and make one informed change. One idea, one experiment, one clear next step. What will you test first? Scan the QR code and sign up by Monday night to unlock a special higher tier of Trading Boy. And then registration will close Monday night. Thanks.
All right. Well, a trading mentor of mine once told me you pay tuition in a number of ways. You either go to school, you get a job, or you lose it to the markets. And I think, Groves hit on that point early on in his talk. And I'm a big fan of what this is. I think more educational tools, right? Helping people kind of like learn through action, right? And not necessarily having to risk their capital. You have done a lot of, algorithmic trading. Backtesting is important, right? Talk me through like why this is, beneficial to those kind of getting into like testing hypotheses.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, if you have a conversation with someone and you say, oh, it's probably better to test something before risking your money, everyone will kind of nod their head and agree with you, right? I think what makes a real difference, like I remember when I first tried to paper trade, I think it was on Yahoo Finance. And it was a miserable experience. It was difficult to know what I was doing. It was difficult to understand if I was doing anything correctly. What I really loved about Trading Boy is the learning loop, right? Making it easier to, and the one idea kind of, entry point that Zach talked about, bring your first idea, have a hypothesis, right? And then go through the process of validating that hypothesis. And by the end of that learning loop, you'll have a better understanding of whether you had good ideas, bad ideas, whether the market moved against you, even though it was a good idea, right? And so, it's not just the data and the simulation infrastructure in this case. It really is that learning experience that I think is powerful.
I couldn't agree more. It's definitely exciting, and I'm probably be signing up myself. Okay, and speaking of signing up, we have Bench here on private hiring markets. Sign me up.
You trying to get hired? We'll talk about that later. Give it up for Bench.
Hello everybody, my name is Eric. I'm the founder of Bench. We are building hiring markets and have recently won the Solana Frontier Hackathon. When a company wants to fill a position, they have three main options. The first one being working with the traditional job boards and just listing the job. This leads to a ton of applications, hundreds, sometimes even thousands of applications, and the challenge is then to filter those. And the way it's currently done is best described as a gamble if the resume fits the right keywords that the recruiter is looking for. So you don't really filter for the best candidates, but you just filter for the people that are able to game the system and put in the right keywords. The second option is working with recruiting agencies, which is very expensive. For the one of you who don't know how they work, they take 20, sometimes 25 or even 30% of the first year's salary, making a hire very expensive, $56,000 to even $70,000 just to fill one position. And on top of that, they're also very ineffective, and they want to tell you they have alpha or special insights in candidates, when they don't. Like all they do is just some things you could do yourself, going on LinkedIn, punching in a number of words, and then forwarding those candidates to the company. The third option that companies have is having company intern referrals, which is something that every recruiter, every hiring manager I talk to prefers. This is the best option that everybody would want to have, hire through their network, because you have a level of trust of people you already work with. And with people you work with. And the main issue with referrals is that it only works within the company. So it's very difficult to scale this outside of the company. Like this is the holy grail of hiring in a way, expanding the network and where referrals work. And the issue here is very similar to traditional job boards, where you need a way to filter those candidates. And the way, or the best way to do it, or the solution that we came up with, is what we call hiring markets, using capital as a way to filter and vouching for candidates as the fastest and best way to discover and rank candidates. The way it works is very similar to a traditional job board. Yeah, where you sign up to yeah. So the way it works is very similar to a traditional job board, where the company puts up the job with a description, adding the location, title, etc. And then the filtering mechanism is where it's different, where people put in, instead of the resume, people just put in their socials, meaning the Twitter link, the link to the LinkedIn profile, and then a personal reference, together with a vouch, meaning backing the candidate with capital. And this is not to be mistaken with prediction markets or gambling or losing money in a way. It's more like staking and backing the candidate with conviction, kind of showcasing that this is something that you have conviction in. And the way it then works is that the company, the hiring manager, sees all the different candidates and makes a decision. And people that back the candidate that ends up being hired, they gain the prize pool that is provided by the company. We launched on mainnet earlier this week, and over the next month we are looking to further work with a few more projects. We just today launched 3 markets with some of the best, with Bitrefill, Therein, and then Hashlog. There's 3 big names in the crypto space, and we're going to continue work and provide pilot cases within this quarter before growing into the wider crypto space next quarter, focusing on growth before in the next year trying to scale out of the crypto space. Lastly, a few words about the founding team, and here I don't want to talk too much about what we did before Bench, and I want to talk about what we did during the last 8 months. In the beginning of January, when we just founded Bench, I told Sal that we're going to win the Colosseum Hackathon in June, then I'm going to move to San Francisco, and that we're going to be the #1 spot for hiring in general. And we won the hackathon. I moved to San Francisco. We just launched on mainnet. We had first partners, and yeah, I think you know what we're going to do next. Thank you for listening.
Awesome. Okay, I don't know about anybody out there, but I have had some issues with hiring recruiters, right? I think this is such a huge pain point. I think everybody on Twitter has seen a founder make a tweet that's like, hey, $5,000, $10,000, $20,000 to anybody that can refer an engineer or a marketer, right? I think that it's such an often talked about thing, and then I'll let Edgar kind of take it from there. But when you're a startup, your early hires can make it or break your company. And so it's such a crucial piece. And I love the kind of accountability that this platform brings to the hiring process, right? You're willing to stake, put your reputation, your money on the line for a person you're vouching for to be able to fill a position,
Yeah. I mean, I completely agree with you, right? Early hires make or break companies. They build team culture, which is the foundation of the organization, regardless of what it does, right? And, just like Eric mentioned, referrals and your network are the #1 funnel for talent. To the point where, I've personally never had a great experience with a traditional recruiter, right? I've just, at this point, started to ignore that option by and large, in favor of hiring through warm networks, hiring organically, right? I think what Bench is doing is taking that really powerful network primitive and giving it an opportunity to scale. So I'm super excited to see how they do.
Yes, and talking about scale, we have a options platform, LevM, and here is Sri.
All right, give it up.
Thanks, guys. We had a great month here. So we're building options on prediction markets. LevM, I'm Shreeman. So I'm going to talk about what an option is first. Basically, you pay a small amount now, and you get paid on how far the contract moves. So 10 cents can basically pay $1. That's why options are pretty interesting to some people. And if it doesn't move in your favor, that 10 cents is the most you can lose. So let's talk about the most you can lose is what you already paid. This is the case in any outcome in an option. There's no credit, there's nothing to top up, and there's nothing to really blow up here. That's what an option is. So being right, though, shouldn't liquidate you in a position. The goal is to get more exposure than what you paid for, to have $10 acting like 100. And the other way here is margin. Margin is what a perp is. You're very familiar. You put down capital as collateral, and you control more than what you paid for in margin. But the price, if it does move against you, the exchange closes your position and keeps your deposit. There's no say in what you do. That's a liquidation there. So you can be right about where the contract goes, but you can still lose everything on your way there. So let's talk about prediction markets. Prices don't move. They don't drift like they do in crypto. They jump. They can go from 90 cents to 30 cents in a minute, and there's nothing in between in that gap. There's nothing to really gradually liquidate. So if you guys have seen a prediction market book, you probably know exactly what I'm talking about when a news article comes out. So here in this case, we have, if you want to look at the screen, we basically have a margin position on the left and an option position on the right for a prediction market contract. Basically, on the left side, you get liquidated, even though the contract goes in your favor, and the contract ends up right at the end of the day, but you lost $100. But on the right, with an option, you paid $25, and the worst happens, it goes down. But still, if it comes back up, you already knew what you're going to lose, which is $25, but you came out in your favor and you're up. And this is not rare, getting liquidated in these cases. These happen a lot. And there's just one way I think that people will survive in prediction markets when we see jumps happening, and that's prepaying contracts and an option. The most what you can lose is what you already know, is what you paid. So let's talk about where we see the future of prediction markets and this derivatives layer. Every market that grew large had a derivatives layer come after it, from stocks to commodities to crypto to currencies. And they weren't just bigger, they were 3 times, 5 times bigger than what the underlying value is. Prediction markets are the fastest growing industry within crypto, and there's no derivatives layer on top of this. There's only one thing you can do today, and that's just buying the contract and holding it and waiting, seeing where it goes. So here's an interesting trade opportunity for prediction market users trading options. So here we see 90-cent contracts actually happening about 95% of the time, and 10-cent contracts happening about 5% of the time. That I think getting amplification with options is a great opportunity for arbitrage here. But so talking on to my last point, if you did that with spot, it really wouldn't pay that much. If in this case, if you bought a 50-cent contract and you held it to 90 cents, you're basically paying. You're not getting that much amplification there. But if you hold an option, you can get 5 to 6x. So how we set this up is that we're always on the other side of these trades, because when these markets are created, there's nobody. So we set the vault. So our vault basically prices with our model, and then we hedge our exposure on poly market. And every strike price, there's a price quoted for it the moment you open it. And if you want to sell, you can sell as well. So yeah, let's talk about this example here. We have the clarity market. I have to tie it on time here. Everybody here has an opinion, I'm sure, on the clarity market. And here you can pick a strike, basically get quoted instantly, and I didn't know how much my exposure is. And yeah. And we also have a transaction. We can show the transaction later on Solana Block Explorer, but running out of time here. But basically, we launched today morning. This is the markets you can trade on, geopolitics, whatever. And then We launched today morning on Solana DevNet. We're at levm.dev. And yeah, thank you.
All right. I remember chatting with Sri earlier this month, and he said, I know that there's a few options teams that are demoing at Demo Day. I want you to remember that we're the ones for prediction markets. And I think this is like such an exciting intersection of primitives, right? Because prediction markets are new to the world, frankly, and options are new again to on-chain finance. What's your take on the intersection?
I mean, every single market in the world has derivatives, effectively, right? It is a natural progression that one of the newest, fastest growing markets will have derivatives, right? I think it's an interesting way to, offer leverage into a system as opposed to, maybe like doing like dated futures, adding leverage that way, right? So the option positioning, I think, is unique, and I think that generally when you can provide that like willingness, the ability for an asset to go below, your profitable value without getting liquidated. Will attract people. We've seen, a lot of these markets are in prediction markets are sports betting. Sports is a game of runs, right?
Yeah.
And so just because your team's down, doesn't mean they can't come back. So I think that this type of vehicle, right, will probably be pretty popular with those that are already engaging in prediction markets today.
I mean, the volatility in any sports game, right, should tell you that traditional, or we'll call it like naive leverage on prediction markets is pretty terrifying, right? Sports are a volatile game, and 90% to 5% back to 90% is totally reasonable and feasible, right? So really excited to see the options implementation there on prediction markets. I think we're going to spend a lot of time on prediction markets in the consumer section, and I'm super excited to hear about it. Let's kick it off to Trade League's social prediction market on Solana.
Cool. So hello, everybody. This is my first time at MTNDAO, so I'm very excited to be here. And yeah, my name is Awetu Magege, and we're building Trade League, a social prediction market on Solana. So we think trading is boring as fuck. Nobody wants to analyze a chart. Nobody wants to track an order book. Nobody wants to scroll their timeline, looking at screenshots, or navigating group chats, looking for alpha. Despite this, everybody has an opinion on markets. Solana to the moon, AI is a bubble, Sailor is an idiot. Zero research, no thesis, and pure conviction. Everyone in this room has had the feeling of being right about something early and being unable to prove it. The I told you so feeling is currently universal and underserved. And we're building the app to fill that gap where prediction markets can essentially provide you with what you need. Sorry. So any market on Trade League is a prediction that anyone can trade. You can call your own markets, and every outcome is compounded into your on-chain trading reputation. Your profile is your scoreboard, your track record, your trophies, your rank, and every caller is listed in the leaderboard with the top predictors earning from the weekly prize pool. You can also predict completely for free. So if you want to just predict for fun and see how your predictions play out, that's totally possible. And if you're a good predictor, you can earn from the prize pools. So how our markets work is they're pari-mutuel to start. Essentially, the winners split the losers pool. This allows us to serve the long tail of prediction markets by providing liquidity from the first dollar and enabling anybody to express a conviction with just a few bucks. Every caller or creator can earn trading fees from the calls they create and the volume that they generate from their predictions. So most of the prediction markets in this space are currently centralized, and permissioned. You can only trade the markets that they create, and you need a market maker to bootstrap the liquidity of every market and price the odds. And price the odds. This is a good model if you're trying to build for high volume speculation. Where it doesn't serve, or where it's bad at, is for everybody. And where we think it throws out the most important part is the prediction. Who's actually right? So I'd like to walk through an example to illustrate the current problems existing in social trading. So Ansem called Bitcoin and hype a couple months ago. And as a consumer, if you see this on the timeline, what are your options, or what can you do with this information? Your first option is you can essentially stay sidelined, ignore it, keep scrolling. Your second option is you can blindly follow him into the trade. And what if you think he's wrong? You can blindly follow him into the trade and hope that he's right. And if you think he's wrong, your real only option is to open a leveraged short, which is far too risky and sophisticated for your average user. Plus, you don't actually know if he made the trade. You don't actually know the size of his position. And if he's wrong, then it's a tweet that fades into the abyss with no accountability. Where on TradeLeague, that same call is a market. Anyone can back or fade that market. The outcome of the market is tied directly to his profile, creating a personalized, permanent, transparent track record. So social trading a lot of teams have been trying to solve social trading for over a decade now. Copy trading, SocialFi, signal groups, gamified trading, the list goes on and on. However, what all these teams failed at, and why they couldn't solve this problem, is they all had a failed design flaw. They tried to stitch on a social experience onto a financial product. Predictions don't need any stitching. It's the first financial primitive that is natively social. Your call is your trade, and your trade belongs to every caller. So long story short, we think predictions are boring, and long story short, we think trading is boring, and we're using predictions to make it fun. By building a competitive social network where anyone can trade, and your reputation is the asset. If you're currently interested in the alpha group, you can come and check it out, and DM me if you want to talk all things social trading. Thank you.
All right. I think as the world transitions into more financial markets being easily accessible, right? Mm-hmm. It is a natural transition to do with your friends, right? It becomes a social game always, right? I think for as long as people have been around, you like to rib your friends and bet against bet against them and whatnot, and not in like a life way, but as in fuck your team, like my sports team's gonna win. And I think that that type of social aspect has eked more and more into trading. We've seen the rise of Pump Fun and FOMO and some of these other social apps. So definitely think that this is pretty interesting to effectively turn a tweet or a call into a market, right? I definitely think there's a lot of room for this to grow, and it kind of opens up this new, like you said, I mean, it's a new style of social app.
Yeah, totally. I mean, to your point, trading has always been social, right? Being able to really put your money where your mouth is, though, in the same platform, that's new, right? And doing it with prediction markets, which are by far the most intuitive financial primitive I think we've ever seen in finance, is still fresh, still unprecedented. And consumer tech is in an interesting place right now, right? People are asking what's there left to build? And then you see FOMO adding some uncountable number of users per day. There's clearly, opportunity in social trading. So I've been, I'll tell you, I'll confess it on stream that I was a later adopter to prediction markets. When they first came around, I was kind of like, I don't know if like this is particularly exciting. Like, sure, I get it. I get the concept. So what, right? But I forget that, I come from a deep finance background. I nerded out on financial engineering early on in my life. And that like intuitive piece of prediction markets, I think is just like insanely, insanely powerful.
Yes. And keeping on, well, I guess we're still talking. Do
you want to come back to my options for options joke, or?
Oh,
we got some laughs the first time there. I think the crowd is lightening up,
dude. We got.
Okay, so talk to me about, we've got a couple new financial primitives that are kind of coming back on board. We've got options, we've got prediction markets. They're similar in a lot of ways, right? One of the examples that we just saw on the screen was, really a call on Bitcoin, right? Hey, this is a prediction market. Is Bitcoin going to hit some, super high number? Obviously, it's structured a little bit differently. The payout's a little bit different. I've heard this argument, prediction markets versus options or versus derivatives, right? Where do you think that goes? How do you think that, how do you think that resolves?
I think that there's a lot of markets or areas that prediction markets play better towards, right? Maybe esoteric things like weather, sports, things that have like, it's like an event, right? I think prediction markets really play well for events and those like conditional markets, right? I think that if you are looking for something that is maybe at a larger scale where you're hedging, like, I don't know, currency exposure, for example, if you're a multi-international corporation, I think that those are kind of more your traditional derivatives markets that are going to be utilized for that, right? Now, will there be, some sort of combination of those two? Probably, right? I mean, I can imagine that, you have a prediction market where you go, if I don't know, some geopolitical event happens, currency is going to be impacted in such a way, right? And in those cases, you can kind of combine these two. And I think that, as prediction markets like rise, they will be used in more sophisticated strategies for hedging. But today, I think a lot of it is more event-based.
Yep.
But yeah, I think that, we will see that kind of test the boundaries of what sophistication you can kind of put behind them.
Yeah. Here's an interesting question. We've spent a lot of the day talking about agents. Agents, obviously machines. Do you think that prediction markets today prediction markets, they're pretty discrete, right? They're kind of categorical outcomes. Do you think they get more continuous as agents start trading more? Do they get more complicated?
I mean, more complicated kind of goes along into what we were just saying. I think that, like, yeah, sure, they'll definitely get more complicated. I still think they'll be very discrete events still, I think it's, if you have something that doesn't have some, like event settlement, it's really hard to claim that one side was right or wrong.
It's hard to verify.
Yeah, and I think that there are some like interesting things that markets that are like scalar markets, right, that are kind of settling in like the middle, right? There's like opinion markets, and those guys are kind of tackling stuff like that.
Yep.
But yeah, I still see the prediction markets, even in an agentic era, will be very event based.
Yeah, interesting. Well, I mean, that's a great transition. Our next presenter, deep in agentic engineering, deep in social prediction market engineering. Let's hear from Ryan at Sharp.
All right, hi guys, I'm Ryan. I'm the founder and CEO of Sharp XYZ. A lot of people out here aren't trading prediction markets yet because they don't know these little niche topics. They don't understand sports. They don't have a big insight on politics or economics, so they just think they can't make money in prediction markets. But I'm here to give you good news. There's an actual structural edge in prediction markets, and it's called the long shot bias. It's been long studied, it's well understood, and there's like data sets tracking it for every trade that's ever happened on Kalshi and on Polymarket. Basically, any contract above 80 cents is EV positive trade because there's so much taker flow underneath 20 cents. So I'm going to show you guys right now how to trade that on, and here's an example of the chart of all Kalshi's trades in history, and you see this structural kind of edge forming. And I'm going to show you how to trade that right now on Sharp XYZ, our CLOB-based prediction market DEX on Solana. Oops. This is Sharp. This is live now. It's on mainnet. It's deployed. You can trade on it if you want. You'll see this top section here. We're starting to build out these social indicators, and you'll see this group chat, which is end-to-end encrypted. I was going to give you a cool demo with my phone and how we're using multi-device end-to-end encrypted group chats to form this social layer. And then our go-to-market, or wedge product is this CLOB DEX on Solana. You'll see what all the top traders, what they're doing recently up here, and that's how you can kind of get an idea of like what's a good bet, what's a bad bet. Right now we have over 400 active events being traded on Solana. We have all the MLB, all the NFL, every college football game, the UFC, and all the midterm elections. I'm assuming that will load soon. You could click on one of these. You could go see our DEX and our CLOB. They'll update real time if Wi-Fi allows me. And then you could put, just a normal order through. And there you go. There's a trade. Typical trading platform, what you kind of expect. You have a portfolio, you got some analytics, you can see your orders, your position, activity, deposit withdrawal, and like a chart. It gets kind of interesting here. We got leaderboards. You can see that I've been following this strategy pretty recently in the last 30 days is like really where I started to, okay, let's just hammer on these 80% plus markets. And I've only had a positive P&L since then, basically, right? And so another fun launch for you guys today is we're launching a points program. And that will be all coming soon in September. I'll talk about that more later on or after this. You want to talk to me. Our pricing is going to give a pretty big advantage to bringing people onto Solana. We're 3.5x lower than Kalshi or Polymarket. I think Polymarket might have just screwed themselves by raising those fees exceptionally high recently. It's really made a lot of the community like unprofitable, and they're losing kind of market share with the crypto scene, and also losing a lot of retail to Kalshi. Project status currently, we just raised our 250K pre-seed. This iOS app I was like really hoping to show you guys. It's going to be launching next month. We just hired a designer to finish polishing everything out, and then we're going to do our first go-to-market campaign and a big push for trading football next month. The team, it's me and Eamon Samani. So please try it out. We're doing a huge early points multiplier for this weekend, 50x points for MTNDAO trades, and then we're going to do a big multiplier in September, 5x points for football. And that's it. Thank you.
Okay. Man, I got to say, the first time that I ever saw Sharp, all I could think about was it looks, beautiful. I love the UI. And, we talk about moats in software, and, you don't usually pitch that front end or, the app is like a major moat. Anybody can build anything these days, right? is the narrative. And I think in trading in particular, and maybe even more broadly, a beautiful interface that pulls you in, that keeps you in there, I think is pretty powerful.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I have been a big fan of Ryan. We obviously used to work together, so take everything I say with a grain of salt and some bias. But I'm definitely I love the UI. I also am a big fan of the E to EE chat. I think that, you know, that was one of the you know, we were actually talking about this the other day. One of the killer features of Bloomberg, aside from their, you know, proprietary data, was the chat feature, right? I think that, you know, we've harped on it. There's other, you know, social trading platforms, but social is becoming such a big part of trading, and being able to have communities on a platform where they can constantly be in contact with one another definitely keeps people there, right? It creates a stickiness to the application. It also definitely helps that the app does look, you know, really good, at least in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, Bloomberg, the OG social trading app, right? That got the most laughs today. It's tough for me. Speaking of kings, like Bloomberg will always continue to be, prediction markets are exciting. Social trading is exciting. I think we've seen, you know, some really interesting agentic trading products today. Our last presenter of the day, last presenter of the last track of MTNDAO X Demo Day, is here to talk about what continues to be the king of trading in crypto, perps. Let's give it up for Hunter from Imperial.
Awesome. I guess that's my cue to start. I'm Hunter. I'm the founder and CTO of Imperial. My co-founder, Jordan, just a little bit about us. My co-founder, Jordan, in one sentence, invented NFTs on Solana. He is behind basically most of the code that is Metaplex. And I co-founded a DPIN protocol back in the day called Teleport, where we raised about $15 million. DPIN no longer is cool, but at a time it was king, I guess, to lean into the Imperial pun. What we are is we are one terminal. We started as a perps router and have developed a suite of DeFi products to enhance perps trading, but also recently we got into touch markets, which I'll get into in a minute. And also we recently got into gacha packs. We offer our own gacha packs, but also we lend against your gacha packs or your Pokemon cards. If you have those, you can lend and open perps positions against your shiny Charizard or whatever Pokemon card that you may have. So like I said, one order, best venue automatically. Say you want to open up a 50x long on Sol right now. By the way, shout out Solana Foundation. This production is incredible. Now is a great time to open up a levered position on Solana. You do that. We then find you the best route to execute that trade, the cheapest route. We take into account open and close fees as well as funding rates. Interestingly, we don't take into account the price because the price often differs between venues, and it usually differs by the same amount. So a beneficial price one way in is a harmful price the way out. So we take a look at the best venue to execute your trade, give that to you, you then execute. There's a little bit of alpha on this page. I won't get into what the alpha is, but if those want to like go into rewatch this, figure out what the alpha is, happy to expound on that. I think we'll have an exciting announcement regarding this soon. So one thing that I mentioned is we started as a perps router. We realized that users, what they wanted was better liquidation prices along with more leverage. And so we introduced Imperial Prime is what we call it, and where we lend on your position so that in the base case, it allows us to run our liquidation logic on top of the underlying venues, giving you a better liquidation price, as well as if the venue doesn't offer the leverage that you're looking for, we get up to, I think, like 250x on Sol. I think what Phoenix offers is like 50x. So we give you a lot more leverage than the underlying venue, which is awesome. Users love leverage, by the way. Like that's like a known fact. Okay, touch markets. Excuse me. Touch markets are what they are is you get to place a bet on if you think the price of the asset, in this case right now we offer Sol and BTC touch markets, if the price will touch the price, and you can either bet yes or no. They're offered in a prediction markets style where the contracts are priced that way. Super fun. We are offering a promo right now of if Bitcoin will hit $100,000 by the end of the year, which is kind of fun. We offer one-click trading, so you just sign a message. It is an API key that then lets us trade on your behalf, so that you can be on your phone, away from your desktop, and always get the trade execution that you're looking for. I want to talk about Season 1 points. We are giving out 20,000 points a week. I'm really excited about the direction these points are heading. Unfortunately, don't have any alpha on points, but super excited for that. And then finally, if you're interested, scan this QR code, open up a trade on Imperial. We'd love you. Thank you.
Okay, a lot to unpack here. A number of different market primitives that these guys got. I'm obviously intimately familiar with perps and routing. He did mention something that we talked a little bit about earlier, the old prime brokerage.
Gotta love me some prime brokerage.
Who doesn't love a little prime action? But yeah, I think that, this has been something that people have been chasing. I know, Edgar talked about this, earlier, but definitely, being able to unify like a trading account has always been something that is, in my opinion, sorely needed in the DEX space. I think, as Edgar would probably agree, we don't see the DEX space operating as similarly to traditional finance, where you have like maybe one or two exchanges that are only going to have all the liquidity, although we kind of have that today a little bit. But we're watching the rise of DEXs. They come and they go, and being able to have like a trading account that can go across any of the big perps platforms. Spot, I think routers have kind of taken that, but having that unified trading account, I think, is like really crucial, and one of I think my personal most liked features about Imperial.
Absolutely. I mean, if DEXs come and go, you need a place that's stable while that's happening, right? That watches over your portfolio, that manages it, that keeps it capital efficient. It's been really cool to see Imperial grow. We've known Hunter and the team for a while. Obviously, they started with perps, but this expansion to a full financial platform, I think, is going to be really good for them.
Yes, absolutely. Okay, well, I think that Hunter was the last one, and that wraps it up for MTNDAO X Demo Day. I want to give a big shout out to all the teams that came through and presented today. I think you guys really should give yourselves a pat on the back. This was, has really raised the bar from the last one.
Let's do a little recap. Let's do a little closing remarks before the famous MTNDAO after party.
Joy!
That I think a lot of us are going to. I mean, today, was the second ever MTNDAO Demo Day, right? In a time that is interesting for the market, interesting for crypto in terms of its maturity. We've talked a lot about, crypto kind of going mainstream. Looking back, right, agents, infrastructure, frontier tech was our morning, right? DeFi and capital markets in the middle of the day, and then consumer ending it up. what are the themes that you've kind of seen? What have we maybe not talked about, during the kind of stream that, has been kind of in your head?
I don't know if we haven't really talked about anything. I think that there was such a big gambit of, companies that came up and presented today, from, AI and agents to trading, data analytics, robots, physical, real-world infrastructure, capital markets, the revival of options on-chain, right? And then the rise of social trading and prediction markets. I actually don't know. Oh, we even had lending in here, right? And so I don't know if there was a piece of the chain or a segment that wasn't really, touched on by at least one of these companies in, some feature or another.
Yeah, I mean, an extremely wide reach. I think at a time in the world where a lot of people are asking, what is there left to build, right? Is AI going to build everything? Are the labs going to own everything? Where is crypto going? This for me was incredibly refreshing, right? So many different dimensions that people are pushing on. And some of those dimensions obviously really new, right? We talked about the hardware that we're seeing, the robotics. We've talked about the bio today, but also the classics, right? It feels like a DeFi revival. And, we mentioned this earlier, but I think the chain might finally be ready in a way that we've been excited for in a long time and hasn't quite materialized.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I'm definitely excited for a lot of the new, I shouldn't say new, right? But new to Solana financial primitives that are coming, back in a way, right? Like options. I think that that's going to be something that, people will pay attention to and probably be one of the bigger drivers of, on-chain activity, for this upcoming cycle.
Yeah. All right, brother, close it up.
All right. Well, again, this has been MTNDAO X Demo Day number 2, the end of an incredible month. Thank you all for tuning in, and all those that came and presented, all 25 of you. Be sure to come on and give these guys, likes, retweets, go follow their accounts, follow MTNDAO. And then also, everybody that presented, come up. We're going to do a group photo, by the way. I know some of the guys had to get on flights, so they did leave. But again, thank you all for watching. And we will see you in February. Woo!